is guaranteed at 1 million. If you win the seat, it is transferable, it is sellable, you can give it to someone else. But the seat has to be played. So if you do not play the seat, you will lose it and it will go into the pot. Yeah? Well, you are allowed
If you win the Goliath seat, do you think you either have to play it or sell it to someone who must get to play it, otherwise you lose the Goliath?
What this year?
Yeah, it's going to be in August.
It's got to be this year.
July.
not a player out, I will give you a bounty chip. At any point, you can come see me on the table next to teacher and pull an envelope. If you take an envelope, you have to open the envelope in front of me, and we will pay you out whatever is on that. Yeah? So you can't stop 12 chips if you want to pull them all at once, but the moment you come and pull an envelope, you have to open it.
Hey, something new. Good afternoon and welcome to a very, very wet Portsmouth.
It's not that wet. Come on. For someone who resides in Blackpool, this cannot be a statement that opens the stream for the summer.
It's trifling it down outside.
It's not trifling it
To
down.
be fair, yesterday was beautiful. Tomorrow apparently is going to be beautiful. Talet, do you fancy having a walk for breakfast this morning? Yeah, no worries, gets outside.
Right, you know what it's like? When
Really?
you get a watering can in the garden, you get that little sprinkle. Max, it is the watering can. Max.
Beg to differ. Anyway, good afternoon and welcome to the first ever Portsmouth Summerfest and the first Summerfest we have ever done.
Yeah.
Mystery Bounty, as you can see, not too busy here in Portsmouth, 138, but 21 making it through. Morning, JG. 21 making it through, and JG's not on there.
He's not, unfortunately.
What happened?
Unfortunately. He had a couple of goes.
But Jacob Bryant, we know that name.
We do know that name. Chip leader coming into day two by a massive 1,000 from Mr. Phil Baker as well in the building.
And we know Phil Baker as well.
Yeah, some run Phil after day one.
Yep, well done, Jacob. So well done. How was breakfast? Breakfast was very nice.
It was good, wasn't it? Yeah.
Very nice indeed. And
After
nice
he got over
wonder.
his complaining about the weather, he sat down and enjoyed his eggs, no problem.
Who drenched ours? So, the Mystery Bounty Day 2. The biggest prize on the Mystery Bounty is £2,500. And the first prize of this we will get up for you, but it's £3,100 for the Mystery Bounty. It has been steady start here in Portsmouth, but it's so glad to be back. So good to be back again, especially after the 888 that was in January. There was a massive success.
Yeah, and this...
Sam Hall is with us all week. How are you, Sam?
I'm well, thank you, mate. Yeah,
Good
pleasure
lad.
to be down here with you guys for the week. As Jay starts his summer adventure over in Vegas,
Yes.
but looking forward to being with the team this week and next week in Edinburgh. But as you say, first ever Summerfest.
Yes, indeed.
On the schedule, and yeah, quite a start with the mystery than I think some people would have thought, but nevertheless, going to be some good, exciting coverage over the course of the day here for day two.
We're here for the next 4 days.
Yeah, local lad Jacob, Chip leading, coming in, and should be a good watch, that's for sure.
So we'll play this to a conclusion tonight, whenever that will be. Is that Jacob's famous glasses?
That is, he's going to need them today, isn't he? A couple of celebratory sherbets, I think, yesterday for the Bryant, but
Yes.
no, it was...
Good to see them enjoying themselves after the...
He is so good at building a big stack. Just whether or not he can bring that through for a conversion today, are we hoping he can, but all kinds of dynamics at play in these mystery bounties. Don't all play chip like some of the other comps do, and chip leader at the feature with just 25 blinds. We're going to see some action here, guys, that is for sure.
Are we sat in the same spot? Yes, we are. Nowhere else to accommodate the team. So we are, in fact, we don't even have the 888 banners.
We don't.
To
We are fully
conceal
open
us.
to the elements. In fact, we're more open to the elements here than we were outside this morning walking to breakfast.
We can see everything.
If you walk through the Gun Wharf, those of you who are familiar with it, you get these little overhangs that come in. So from breakfast to the casino, I don't think we got wet at all, did we? It's just when we were
Not
walking
coming
down
back
the
now.
outside.
And if we do it again, we'll go that way in. If it rains.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
Absolutely raining cats and dogs in Wales, down in Raglan.
Diane, congratulations on your 2550 FT. Saw that on Facey.
Oi, oi.
Well done.
Well done, Diane.
Yeah, going to be good day's coverage. But no, it's a nice little spot here to be fair in the casino. Not too bad. Not tucked away, obviously, but should be fun on Friday and Saturday, I think, when we're down here scrapping away.
We've already had Kiwi throats thrown at us.
We have smoother Kiwis than we've ever had, apparently.
They are indeed. New supplier, he says. It says, I can't wait, new supplier.
Yeah. Massive shout out to Mr. Wright. Thank you, Gaz.
Looks after,
as always.
Looks after the team with donuts and kiwis. Yeah. One end of the scale to the other. Afternoon, Moss, watching on Facebook. Good afternoon indeed. Hope everybody is good. And who's on Twitch?
Yeah, anyone on Twitch at the moment?
Anybody on Twitch, let us know. But good to have everybody back. 21 runners. It could be a shorter day than normal.
So, and on the feature then we've got Raja in the small blind, King 7. Just going to set Gianfranco in the big with pocket freeze. That's going to be a call, and we are going to be racing straight away in Pompey.
Raja with the King 7 with the 8k blinds.
Yeah, blind on blind.
So 7 and a little bit. And Gianfranco with the 3s.
Going to see 5. We'll start with 3. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. No help for the King 7 there.
Not yet.
Pocket freeze. Got to dodge 3 outs. Well, a couple of 4s in there as well. Down on the south coast. Can we dodge the sailboat?
And
8 of clubs.
Raja,
on the
not
end.
the first out. Chris Suttle busting out first for £220. Everybody is in the money. We'll get the prizes up on the screen very soon. And Raja just busting out now. Raja probably won't. Raja's on the final table of the 888,
yeah.
wasn't he?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he was.
Yeah.
Was he the one that got down to 10 big blind and the average stack was like 10 bigs in the final? I'm sure Raja was second, wasn't he?
I'm not sure if he was. He's definitely on an FT that we covered in Pompey, for sure.
Yes.
Definitely was. Morning, Kev. First man in on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. Brought his 1% of the grinder tower in the main event.
Yes.
Welcome to the club, Kev. Our man, our horse. Our dream this summer.
Yeah, he was second. Thought he was.
He was second, yeah, fair enough.
He was second to Jordan.
Towers
Daniels.
Towers action has sold out for Vegas. But watch this space for any updates. If anything becomes available last minute, we will let you know. But we've got the sweat.
Yeah, hiya Patrick. Yeah, we're in. We've got 2 jobs to do before Vegas. Portsmouth this week, Edinburgh next week. I will be going to Vegas on the 24th of June and returning with the bracelet about the 20th.
This should be in here, Tower as well. David for sub 20 10s. There he goes. Don't mind this. Just clear out some equity before. Going to put King Jack suited in a bit of a tough spot here. Should be getting out of the way here as Ricky does fold.
So out on the 24th. I think day 1C is looking like the day 1 that I'm going to be playing, but I'll confirm that. Plenty of social media content. I'll be asking a lot of players and a lot of people out there on when to play, but I think day 1C, which I think is July the 4th, will be out there.
Mitch Allen on YouTube. Congratulations on the PLO takedown earlier this week.
Well done,
the
Mitch.
first event of the festival.
Very nice. We'll show you the streaming schedule very soon on what for the rest of the week is.
And just like that, we are down to 2 tables. See the table on the outer there breaking down. We're down to 2 tables. In the mystery.
Afternoon to C4. Where are you this week? Where would he be this week? Why not Portsmouth? Long way down from you, see.
Where would he
He'll probably be at home. I could lay at range with 72, with 75 big blinds on day 2, which is a ridiculous thing to be having 75 bigs as a buying for day 2, but that's not what we're there for. We're there to grind day 1s.
Yeah, nice flop here for Ben.
And enjoy the experience.
Just completing blind v blind, get the check behind for Saeed. Saeed flopping bottom pair and Ben top pair.
The guys in Portsmouth know it's not 12 o'clock, no, 7 o'clock start, aren't they? There's pints everywhere.
Yeah. Let me see.
There's just beer everywhere. Back to the table.
Yeah, betting a call here. Flop. 6 of diamonds, one that's going to interact pretty well with Saeed's big blind defending range. But I think one that Ben's going to feel relatively comfortable barreling again on. Try and get some protection from our hand, get a bit more value from top pair. Like something around 30k here, 25k. Let's go 16, a little bit smaller. And aside now, I think going to be difficult for us to have the best hand facing 2 barrels here. A lot of the time, or at least we're going to be up against hands with equity. Does decide to get out the way there, so chip counts on the screen there. Table's just filling up now, and the graphics will reset to catch all of those players joining as we go down to 2 tables here in the mystery.
Yeah, Garrett Taylor out in 19th. Gary Taylor out in 19th. Ali Sarkisic in seat number 1. Seat number 2 is Kieran McCulloch, who also had a decent run in Portsmouth in the beginning of the year.
And a good run in Reading as well. So on my table for a lot of day 2 in the 888 Reading.
Good player.
Yeah, tough player.
Good player.
David here, +2, ace 10 0. This will come in for an open. So we hit the green chips are 5k chips, the terracottas 1k, and the yellows 25k. Franco out of the way with the king 9. Ben will ditch the 5-3 as well. So small blind deuce 3 offsuit out of the way. Round 2, Kieran in the big gets out the way. So raise and take for David. Headline in the chip counts at the feature updated there for you. Blinds 4k, 8k with an 8k big blind ante. Decent numbers in the turbo yesterday evening. Good numbers on day 1B as well for the mystery. Terracotta, what happened to Orange and Rust? Well, I don't... Orange or Rust, yeah. Rust is a good one, actually, Kev. The rusty 1Ks.
I would never
I
have
wouldn't
said
say orange,
ever,
they're never
I
orange.
would never have said terracotta.
Do you know what
It
is
would have been the
terracotta,
last
though?
choice.
Do you know what? Honestly.
You know what? I bet
Comes
you're
down here.
I bet
tries
you.
to add a little bit of flair.
I bet you're one of these that goes to a paint shop and says, "Can you show me your shades of orange,
ever
please?"
find me in a paint shop. Mate,
And
that
there's
is for sure.
287 to choose from.
Never in a paint shop, ever.
Mango of the days, or can we just have orange, please?
I'll have an orange paint, please, Mr. Painter. Rust's a good one. Get on board with those. Yeah, well,
2
Benny
all-ins
here
for
with
Dale with a
10s.
10s, ace king for Michael.
sorry, button. Kieran with 8s in the small blind.
Oh!
And,
What for, 15?
covers Michael. Just has to
I'm probably out of the way.
have decent equity against Fadil with the isolator here with the pocket 10s.
I'm probably out of the way with 8s, facing 2.
Interesting dynamic here in the mystery bounty setup as well. Knocking players out so valuable with opportunity. Yeah, it does decide to go for it as Kieran. I don't think this is that bad at all, to be perfectly honest. In a standard tournament, we'd be looking at this thinking maybe a disadvantageous situation for us, but going to run it. Only needs to hold against Michael, and in most setups, but in this one, obviously, we can see Fadil with the 10s in a great spot here for a double elimination.
Yeah, I'm probably folding the 8 in that spot. I must admit, I probably am. But decides to go with it.
Well,
What do I know? What do I know? 8
Why
on the
wouldn't you?
flop.
8 on the flop, Jack 8 deuce. Kieran all of a sudden massive favourite to bag himself an envelope. 10 on the turn.
Oh, what a turn card that is. It brings in the queens. Oh,
King of spades on the river.
the queen on the... Well, imagine the queen on the river there. That'd have been ill. We flop it for Kieran. And then Fadil turns the 10 for a dagger for Kieran McCulloch. And out he goes. 2 eliminated. 2 bounties.
For deal, 2 envelopes to pick up here.
Ouch.
So 18 becomes 16 then, Tower, with a double elimination on the feature.
Yeah, I'm folding the 8s, I must admit. But Kieran decided to run it and thought that would be the one. But I've got 15. I'm probably out of the way. Afternoon, Eddie Wardle, just tuning in on YouTube. We're here in Portsmouth. We'll get the streaming schedule, Mitch, for the rest of the week up very soon. We've got the Mystery Bounty today. Eye roller tomorrow, I do believe.
Gianfranco opening 4s +1 here.
Oh, no.
So he's 8-3 in the bin. We keep it ace-9 in the big. Not going to be folding here, and I expect this one to get defended.
Oh, we're opening the envelopes on the outer table. We can't see them, unfortunately. But he's pulled 2 out. That's for deal.
Ace high flop, nice tidy one for Ricky, but one that's going to usually connect pretty well with +1 open. Looking for c-bet with 4s here. Not much to do, but call as Ricky. Probably going to be shutting down now as Gianfranco unless we find the turn of all turns. Not quite. Deuce of clubs joins the equation. Checks over again, and we just got to be shutting down now here as Gianfranco Tower, I think. Red 4s here. Tough spot as Ricky facing double barrel though. Do you think? Probably just got to be cooling off here on the turn.
$34 to call for Ricky.
Tough one for Ricky, but if we're calling flip well, does get out of the way. Gianfranco gets it through.
So Fadil with the 2 bounces. I think he said there were 2 200s just pulled.
2 200s have been pulled. There you go. So no big bounties pulled yet. John, I agree. I think value of the bounties is so significant here, particularly in the mystery element to it. For playing chip, completely different, but each to their own. Aragos says well done to GKFT regular Mitch Hynam over in the States.
That was first event, wasn't it?
Yep.
Well, the wasn't even in the World Series, was it? But there's been plenty since.
WPT stuff on it.
Plenty of big scores since.
Yeah.
Jay's smashing the league at the minute. His man,
Well,
Benny Glazer.
Benny is.
Anybody with Ben. Anybody with Benny, and that's it.
I
Game
feel like
over.
there should be a premium on Benny for future selections. Every year, it should be a pendulum swing between Benny, isn't it?
2 bracelets for Benny Glazer, taking him to 7. Lino's had a couple of cash. I think he's had about 4 or 5 cashes as Patrick Leonard. But I'll be getting there, and we'll be having a team talk with my boys when we get there over in Vegas.
Boys.
Who
needs that?
I'll be rounding them up.
Who's getting the boot room treatment?
I'll be rounding them up for a chat.
David here, 9's big blind, just jams over the limb, take it down.
So Martin Sands finishing in 17th, and we've just seen the exit on the outer table as he stood up. Kiwi man. So
right.
Gaz Wright's gone.
It's all gone wrong for the right on this occasion.
2 wrongs don't make a right in that situation. Pottiwal Raja bust out in the first 10 minutes of the event today. He bust out. He was in, but now he's not. But they all made the money. £220 for Raja busting out. And I think it was about third hand. So Raja will finish second here in January in the 888 main event. ASI flop for David and Fadil. So just the 15 players left, playing down to a winner on the Mystery Bounty on stream. And if you want to get involved with Portsmouth, here it is, the Summerfest. That is what it is all about. And we're on Thursday. The High Roller Sat has just started. The High Roller Day 1 starts at 2. Main event starts at 4. £340 main event, 100k guarantee. So that's what, 300 runners plus?
Yeah.
300 runners plus for that. So if there's a little bit of value, we will let you know. But take a screenshot of that. And that is what is on in Portsmouth for the rest of the week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we are streaming. Obviously, the main event on Saturday and Sunday for sure, the High Roller, and the main event going on. 100k guarantees on those. Looking forward to covering this. The first ever Summerfest the team have done. Cardinal Direct down back in Portsmouth. It is beautiful. Yeah, they're great, Benno, absolutely spot on. The Summerfest, they announced it when the Vic 2550, I think, was either cancelled or just delayed because they didn't want to rush the refurb. But we're definitely in London in July. 16th to the 20th of July is when we'll be in London for the GUKPT. Hey, Morris. Am I getting excited for the World Series main? Yes, I am.
Just a little.
It's great, really is. Good to see it in Blackpool over the weekend. And a nice chat with old Morris. Just surprised he weren't in Tenerife.
That's where he's normally over in Tenerife. Normally over in Tenerife?
Always. I'm surprised they don't pay council tax in Tenerife.
Well, all in and cool here.
King 7 for Verdale.
Verdale opening gun,
Yeah.
King 7 of hearts. And
It's all about the bounty.
yeah, all about the bounty. Can be opening. We're playing 7-handed now. Get the pressure on those stats. Clean one for Ricky with the ace queen and the cut off. 10-6-4 rainbow. Good start for Ricky. Queen, great card. Down to 2 outs now. As for Deal.
And does good job at the Queen.
Yeah.
Ricky doubles to 2-8-8 and 36-37 bigs.
Yeah, I hear you, Kev. I understand what you're saying. I think it's probably closer than slam dunk fold.
I'm folding.
Always good to get everyone's perceptions on the hands from the chat. Chris Harvey on Facebook. Me and my mate Rob sat watching in the pub. Happy days. Not bad for your Thursday afternoon.
I love it. Nice one, Chris.
Good
I
to
think
see
it's great.
everybody watching on Facebook, Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, where are you, Chris? Which part of the country? Just had a weather, just had a message on my. See, you know when you update your phone
Yeah.
and you don't know what you're doing, and you get all these notifications that you don't want and the apps that you don't want because they already input the apps and you can't get rid of them. I've got this weather app, right?
Don't give me any more
No,
jip about the rain.
I've got this weather app and I can't get rid of it on my phone, so I don't know. It's already installed on it and it must be something to do with the phone.
Right.
So it says thunderstorms in the vicinity of Portsmouth,
Okay.
and it says underneath it, poor weather for running right now.
For running.
No shit. It's good. You're going to get wet. Why would you run in the rain? Poor weather for running right now. No Sherlock.
I think we'll be alright, mate.
Yeah.
I think
Taxi,
we'll be
please.
alright, yeah.
Taxi, please.
The
Taxi.
sun in the sky will be straight on the Uber anyway.
You look outside, it's raining, you think, oh, I'll not bother going running today.
I think we'll be alright.
Oh.
What's the weather like in the Shetlands then, Apocalypse?
Dark.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's this time of year they don't have any darkness.
Yeah. Yeah, right. It's just
24 hours all the way
24 hour
through.
light,
They play golf at 2 a.m. How mad is that?
Arrived late and bus early.
Chris is about 5 miles away.
Ah, cool.
Lovely.
See, not jogging weather for Chris, that's why he's sat in the pub.
Right, David opened King Queen here in the cut-off, and Fadil defended the big blind. Maybe a little wide, but decides to take flop anyway. All the chips can't be that bad. Ace-high flop. Fadil check calls with gutter. Deuce on the turn, and looks like David is preparing a double barrel here. Don't want to see a call here. So I want to see this either get dropped off, which seems perfectly reasonable. Just folds. Give that one up.
Nice one, David. Apocalypse says it's cloudy, but decent temperatures in the Shetland Islands. It won't be dark until August. It's amazing, isn't it?
Brilliant.
It's
brilliant,
just weird
yeah.
to think that only a few hours away, you've got a place where it doesn't even go dark.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, we're day one, or day two chip leader Jake Bryant at the bottom of your screen there, just on the outer table. You see
Yeah.
with the shades on. Andy Miles 2 to his left. Serial casher, Mr. Miles runs deep in
Oh,
tournaments
what's
all
that
over
mean?
the place.
All the bounty envelopes on the outer table, as you can see,
Yeah.
ready to pull.
David here in the hijack, just waiting for his cards to be put in the box or into the muck, and opts for the latter. Gianfranco out the way with the 8-5. Round 2, the button. Ben 7-6 off into the muck for deal, small blind now.
I think they were trying to turn the sounds off. Did they ask you if sound was on? They did in January.
Yeah, for deal, Queen 6 here in the small blind, Queen 6 suited, maximum pressure on Ali.
Playing golf at 1 AM on Tuesday. Showing the pros how he's done ahead of the US Open. Oh, that's just amazing.
So Morris says it's 32 degrees in Cumbria.
What?
It's 20,
32 degrees in Cumbria? No, that's a typo.
Oh, cool.
That's going to be 12.
Oh, cool.
That's going to be a typo, surely. Scarlett busting out. Down to 14.
Jim Franco with the hooks in the hijack. Just going to opt to jam. Everybody out of the way. Farbird here in the big blind, King 7 offsuit is not going to be calling. Magical Jarrett in the chat says I'm in Cumbria, it's 20. There we go, so 16 degrees.
Yeah, what you got to remember, Karen, is that Sir Morris has got the heating on.
Yeah.
And he's sat in the living room with all the windows closed. That's why he's 32 where he is.
Quick dealer change on the feature.
Have you seen Crassy this week? Must have fell asleep in the chair when he went for a haircut. Woke up, there's none left.
It's all gone, isn't it?
It has all gone. Any news from Vegas overnight? How are the Brits doing? Any big participants? I know Nick Marchington finished 24th in the 3K. Well done to Nick. There's plenty of satellites running on PokerStars for Goliath as well this week. We'll give you updates on those. The 30 seats guaranteed on a Sunday have been smashing it.
Eights in the cut-off. Fadil just covers everybody. Max pressure. Bounty tournament dynamic. Opening all in. Ricky still with a lot in the big blind, but let's just go for it. With the eights. Chip counts on your screen. Fadil leading the way, 379k. Good for just shy of 50 bigs. Spot on position to be in at the moment. Ricky Reed and David, 35 bigs. And number 19 of the day. Blinds 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante. Just 14 remaining. Third of the field gone in the first half hour of play. Ali here with fours in the cut-off, and if you could see that Fadil was opening the deck, then we'd have a clean one here. Does decide to fold, get out of the way. Forward on the button, 10-7 offsuit. That's going to go into the muck.
Indeed. Right round to the small. Ricky is too suited. Amazing. There's Ricky, 3 bets 72. And that will be end of hand. Apocalypse says, do you know the winning score the last time the US Open was at Oakmont was +5?
Really?
Wow, I did not know that. I saw yesterday somebody having a putt from 122 yards out on the fairway, and he putted it.
Drop her within 6, yeah.
And he putted it, and the ball never left the ground, and he landed, and he ended up 6 foot away from 122 yards. That's the kind of stuff Jay does when he creams his putter. But he putted it 122 yards. Yes, it was downhill, but he put it to 6 foot. You couldn't do that with a chipper. S3 says, when are we doing the main event? We'll be definitely doing the main event Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow, hopefully the high roller gets good numbers, and we'll be doing the high roller day 2. But other than that, definitely Friday, definitely Saturday, and definitely Sunday. +5 at home, wow. I don't think I've ever known that.
Mad.
I really don't.
Then there's tough, and then there's tough.
What year was that, Apocalypse? Ali, here's 10.
David here, ace queen on the button. This is for 17 from Ali. Just going to make the call. Alright, so he went. David tried to raise, not realising that there was an all-in, and then dealer said he's all in. He says, "Oh, I'll call anyway." I suspect when that happens, Ali's not too thrilled about.
I've called
that
anyway.
Screams of strength, that does, Tower. It's 10 and ace queen for David.
So Ali with the ace 10, David with the ace queen, Jack 7 6.
Nice safe one for David on the flop.
Oh,
not so safe on the turn.
We hit the 10, but it's the worst 10 because he brings all the hearts for David.
10 outs.
And another 10.
Needle finds the backdoor 10s. As Ali. David with a shake of the head, less than impressed with that one. Ali's going to stack up to 375k as well with that double. Kate Lee, hi Tower and Sam on YouTube. Hello, good afternoon. Wherever you're watching from in the world, do let us know in the chat box.
Indeed,
Are we going to get any more? We've had some exotic viewership so far this year. South America represented, Eastern Asia represented.
Indeedy, indeedy. If you're looking at the day ones that we will be streaming, we'll be streaming. If the high roller, yes, at the moment, not many entries in the high roller at the moment. If it doesn't get off the ground, we will concentrate on the main event from tomorrow. we'll see what happens. We'll keep you updated with that. But a quiet week in Portsmouth it has been, but not too bad in the Mystery Bounty. So we'll be doing the first one that starts at 12 o'clock. The 40-minute levels all the way through on day 1D. Day 1E will run, but obviously we won't be covering that. We'll be covering day 1D, and then obviously day 2 on the Sunday. So day 1D is what we'll be doing tomorrow on Saturday, and then if the high roller struggles, we'll decide whether to stream the main or not. We'll let you know. Simon Johnson's watching in Jamaica.
I think we should do something
Fantastic.
for next year. I think we should take a scratch map around the stops with us and try and find the most exotic viewership, scratch off every country where we get a declared viewer in the chat box.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the year, put it on the stream and we'll show everybody where this extends to. I think that'll be a fun way to
Never done
mark
Jamaica
where we are
or the
gonna be
Bahamas or anything like that.
throughout the year.
I'd love
Yeah,
to
never
go.
been to Caribbean.
Antigua's supposed to be amazing as well. Never done that side.
Yeah,
Had the
family
chance.
got married in Antigua.
I had the chance years ago at one of them twin city.
Oh yeah.
So we did Florida for the park. We did Disney World, and then went to St. Pete's Beach, which was near Tampa Bay. Very nice, St. Pete's Beach.
Nice.
45-minute drive to Tampa Bay because I went to the NFL, went to a match, went to a game in 2001, believe it or not. It's supposed to be amazing.
Yeah, I reckon we could have two maps. We could have a map for the world map, and then we'll have a UK map. Try and cover the UK as well with our viewership. I think that would be a fun way to track it next year. So in January with a couple of scratch maps.
Yeah, Carlisle Bay in Antigua is very quiet and nice and chilled.
Does Croydon count as exotic?
Never done Croydon, never.
In some ways, Phil, probably. Yeah,
To be
but-
fair, Phil, it's got similarities to Antigua because I've never been to either.
I don't think there are very many sentences where you will see Croydon and Antigua paired, but we've managed to find one.
Come on, Neville.
Big stacks here, ace deuce, small blind for deal. Ali in the big queen seven of spades for deal, giving a bit of the speech play here. Ali got to be calling here, queen seven of spades in the big, just from small blind open from the chip lead. Does elect to call finally after a little bit of verbal exchanges for deal. So two chip leaders at the table getting after it. 10-6-3 rainbow. Action with Fadil. Probably from what we've seen so far, I expect to see a continuation here. Doesn't seem like the kind of guy to be slowing down, and does count out what looks to be 45k. I think Ali can proceed with this holding, but we can't just be folding everything to certainly not this strong blind on blind. We're just going to get run over every single time we're in the big, and Fadil just gets rid of the ace deuce, shows him the deuce.
Fadil 41 bigs chip leader. Magical Jarrett, when are we going to Vegas? The 24th of June. We've got Edinburgh next week as an 888, and then straight after Edinburgh we will be in Vegas.
Ricky, Queen 10 gun, folds that. David next to act. Takes a look down. Folds. Gianfranco folds as well. So Ben in the cut-off 6-4 of diamonds. That will be going into the muck. This is getting opened. King deuce on the button from Fadil. Relentless aggression, like it a lot. Fadil and Farbid out of the way, and Fadil just recognising now we have got such a good spot to be getting after these blinds. Just stretching that chip lead hand by hand. 2 short stacks. David with 7.3 blinds. Losing really unfortunate run out the ace queen v ace 10. Running 10s. Tower's just nipped out to try and do something about the background music we got here, guys. We are right on the casino floor in Pompey, so we've got a couple of fruities just to the left of us that we are trying to manage. Just leave the table audio with you guys for a minute or two, then we'll catch up with the chat afterwards. Jump back to the audio for a minute here. Bear with us with the background sound, but David is all in here for his last 7 bigs from under the gun. Fadil was called with the ace deuce offsuit in the cut-off. Farber gets out the way with 4s in the small blind, and Ricky in the big blind with 9-3 out the way as well. So David, a 4-1 favourite here to double with the ace king against the ace deuce of Fadil. Just needed to avoid deuces, clubs, hearts, any kind of wheel combos. Sounds a lot, but we are in a great spot here as David to get back on the ladder. So we're going to see 5. We'll start with 3. Queen, Jack 3, 2 clubs. No immediate help for Fadil. Backdoor club's a thing, backdoor wheel. Immediate outs with a deuce. 6 of diamonds turn is a good one for us as David. So just fading deuces on the river to double. 8 of diamonds, nice and clean. David doubles to 171k. I think we might have got a resolution to our background noise there, guys. So thanks for bearing with us for a couple of minutes. How many players do we think will be at Goliath this year? Asked Sergey. I will get Tower to bring that one back to you, mate, when he gets back. But it will be there or thereabouts. Looks like Big Johnny won his seat for Goliath. Congratulations, Johnny. Any tips on surviving day one? You're probably asking the wrong person about surviving day one, mate, considering the amount of bullets I've had at that thing on day ones. But generally speaking, you can't win anything on day one. There's a few guys in the chat that have had deep runs at it, but you can't win it on day one. You can certainly lose it on day one. Just trying to get through, pick your spots. It's a well enough structured comp that there's plenty of opportunity to pick hands throughout the day as you go. No need to force the action, so to speak, and just get yourself nicely involved.
T-Boy's here.
Yeah, T-Boy's back.
Oh yeah.
Kev says never bluff day one Goliath.
I've been told to do that.
Probably not terrible advice.
Jay's bit of advice was don't four bet with kings.
Yeah,
That's what he told me.
I would not recommend. I would recommend 4-betting kings in the Goliath. I think that's probably a good strategy, but I don't know about the main. Obviously, slightly different. But well, there you go. There's your man, Johnny, on YouTube. You get yourself in the Twitch chat. Super Razor Kev, played 5, cashed 5.
Fantastic. Takes some doing.
That is some conversion rate there from Kev. That is. And if you fancy getting some advice from Kev when you get down there, I advise you head towards the bar, be prepared to buy a pint of Coors, and you'll probably be all right.
Yeah.
A bit of advice.
Yeah.
Look after you.
Well done for winning your seats. Plenty of satellites on Stars for Goliath this year. Going to be involved a lot. Plug Stars for Goliath this year. Adding a new dimension to the players we're going to have at the event in Coventry. It really is. So
Apocalypse's advice for surviving day 1: don't play it. I'm not sure about that one, buddy. Got to get involved with the Goliath.
The 2 million estimated prize pool. It'll be very close again, won't it? Very close.
Yeah. Loads
Huge
of qualifiers through already.
Yeah.
From the satellites.
Yeah, nearly 500
Loads,
already.
Yeah.
Nearly 500 already, and yet we're what? 2 months away? Oh, 6 weeks away we are. 6 weeks away we are from Goliath. King Josh, you're looking forward to Joker's World again this year. It's the number one. It's the one tournament I don't care about losing, and it's always so much fun. You're not wrong. It's a cracking night. And raising a lot of money for charity.
Is it Carers Trust again this year?
It is, yeah.
Excellent stuff.
Yeah,
And it's always a good moment. That we've been lucky to be part of the team.
Grosvenor do have a great association with Carers Trust.
For the last however long, and every year when we're in the back room and we see you coming in whatever ludicrous costume they put you in, is always one of the best. I think last year might have been my favourite. Last year was absolutely amazing.
I have never changed T-shirts 3 times while working ever. They were ripped off me.
Literally, yeah. Went out in the suit and a grey T-shirt, came back in a black one. But it was like, just
Oh dear, that was hot.
The atmosphere in the room for that Joker's Wild evening is so good, and credit to every single one of you that gets involved with that. And the money that's raised for Carers Trust every year is just fantastic. And I think it's just really important that as a poker community we continue to do.
The toughest job is streaming, because you guys in the background that carry on doing a sterling job have got some nutter running around the stage playing music as loud as they can.
Yeah, we do our best. It's good fun. The chat makes the streams on everything we do, whether we're here doing day 2 of the Mystery Bounty in Portsmouth or we're trying to battle the music with the Joker's Wild evening. I think last year we had a few guys in the chat. We're putting the link out in the chat. We're getting some donations come through from the chat as well. I think Goliath as a festival just captures a lot of what is good about poker in a nutshell. That's one of the reasons why it's so popular and well attended. Joker's Wild, one of the jewels in the crown of that event for sure. Aaron says Nick Slade won the Joker's Wild last year, I think.
I think that was 2 years ago.
Was it?
Oh, it might have been last year. I think it was. Really, what were they? Oh, right.
I think we're going to see all in a cool here, Tower.
Last year.
Well, actually, 285, 28 bigs, mate. Well, we are going to see all in and cool, but probably not from the formation we expected. And for Deal now with 5s, I wonder if he really fancies getting after it. I don't think we can. We just got to get this in the bin. There's too many bigs from Ricky, surely. But are the bounties still in play? Are the 2.5k and the 2k still in play? We're going to get counts here. Gianfranco, 13 bigs, pocket kings. From the small blind, in over Ricky's cut-off open. I don't think Ricky's going to know at this point he's going to be in trouble here against this small blind range for the rejam versus gun open from the chip lead. Slightly different dynamic here to the hand earlier in the day where we had the pocket 8s, Kieran, the 10s that put him on his way, but does look like the 5s are in the bin. So Ricky, a dog here against Gianfranco, but still has 35% equity here, heads up. Covered in both suits, not ideal, but direct outs with the ace. Can the kings hold up? Well, that is a fun one. 8, 9, 10, 2 spades for the ace-jack. Picks up 7s and queens as well as direct outs. 9 outs twice. Board pairing 8 on the turn. Can Ricky hit to knock Gianfranco out, or will the kings hold up?
Kings are looking good. Oh, what have I just said?
Every time.
No way.
Every time.
Oh, that is grim for Gianfranco. I'm not having it.
I genuinely think there is a case to be made for folding kings if you're commentating the feature. Every time I sit here with you, oh, it was an ace on the flop. Oh, well, their kings are looking good. Oh, no chance here. Gianfranco's kings sent packing by the ace-jack of Ricky, who ascends to chip leader at the table, overtakes Fadil for the first time since that tens hand. We have a new chip leader at the Mystery Bounty feature table in Portsmouth, Mr. Ricky Reed, 46 bigs. Smiles.
Oh, dear.
King Joshy, I've noticed that everyone is friendly, just enjoys the party atmosphere. I've never seen anyone moaning about a hand like other comps. There's probably a couple in there, to be fair, Joshy, but I think overall,
Yeah.
everyone embraces the atmosphere about it, and Ricky's just going to start getting this big stack to work straight away.
Love it.
Isolation with the ace-9. Farbird finally gets his chips in with the queen-jack of spades. David out the way. I mean, this would be... We're going to have some hands waking up here. Fold from the blinds, and
Yeah.
Ricky...
Here we go again.
Near enough a flip here for Farbird. 47.53. With 5 cards to go. Going to need to find queens and jacks immediately, or some construction.
It just instantly looks favourite. I don't know why. Ace-9, yeah, we know it's in front, but it just instantly, to me, just looks favourite.
That's a fun one. We're still flipping essentially here.
Yeah, all right.
Farbird takes the lead, but Ricky with that corridor of hearts in your top right-hand corner to find for the knockout. Red 3 on the turn, not going to be any good.
Same ounce, just once now. And fades them. Whew, never
Nice
easy.
one for Farbird.
It's never easy.
Finds his double. Been sat for a while, and hopefully Ricky doesn't think he's out. Oh no, he's off to claim his mystery bounty. He's off to claim his bounty for knocking out Gianfranco.
Is the 2.5 still available?
It was on the screen. So
Excellent.
I think the 2.5 and the 2 and the GUKPT package ticket is still on there.
Here we go. Hold it up for the camera.
There we go.
Oh, hold it up for the camera. For the camera, hold it up. Oh, big round of applause.
Well, we suspect that might have been a big one.
No, top one's not gone.
Still 2K. I think there was a 2K up there. Might have been a 2K.
So just
as
saying
well.
what happened. It'd be a fun heads up if the grand and the 2.5 still left.
Oh right, so it's a grand and 2.5. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Dan on YouTube, you're not wrong. Lovely yesterday. Like Blackpool today.
I don't think it's going to be horrible later. I will give it to you this morning was a little bit disappointing.
We
But I
weren't
think
sat
later's
out-
going to be
we
nice.
weren't al fresco for breakfast this morning.
We had a nice little bit of Indian food yesterday evening out in the Gunwharf.
Yep.
A couple of pints of squash down at All Bar One. Very nice.
Afternoon, Pesky. Pesky's in the 1% club. Cheers, buddy. Paid up and done.
Job done. How you doing, Sean? Very well. Is this just gone limp? What on earth is going on here? Limp check, blind on blind, ace queen, king queen, queen high flop. Ace.
How is there
Check,
no money
check,
in the middle?
Ace on the turn. What is going on?
How is there no money in the middle here?
Well, how to lose the minimum here? Ace, King, Queen, v Ace, Queen on a Queen Eye board as Ali. Well, that's for deal. Just absolutely piles this, and that looks like 100k. 110. This might well get looked up, Tower. This might well get looked up. Should not have too much ace-x here, limping blind on blind against this. I think Ali might look this up. Yeah, it does. And bomb on the river does get it paid. The trap from Fadil sprung well. I mean, unorthodox, but got creative and carved his way back to the chip lead.
Like it. Ali 25 bigs. Only ever had one complaint, King Joshy, at the Joker's Wild. About 3 years ago, the guy said, I entered this comp to play proper poker. I didn't realise it was just a farce.
In a Joker's Wild?
In a Joker's Wild with the music and somebody dressed up on stage and people dressed up and dancing on the chairs. Anyway, two levels in.
Is he being clapped out?
Ta-ra.
Yeah, toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
Yeah. Shout out to my man Jim Dalton back down south. The toodaloo. He used to get involved down in the Sovereign Club. It started off with hang your hat on the way out. He said hang your hat on the way out, Nat. And then it upgraded to toodaloo.
We had one in the CAF Cup. You know the CAF Cup we were doing in the Northwest.
Yeah.
We had one in the CAF Cup, and obviously Derek had just passed away, and we had a charity event. I think we were on like CAF Cup 4 at the time, and somebody's going to be sat next to a speaker. Unfortunately, this guy sat next to the speaker didn't like it, kept turning it round.
Oh really?
So I literally just tore him one. Everybody cheered, sat back down. When he got eliminated, he got a massive round of applause for leaving.
I don't imagine he regs next year.
Never to be seen at the CAF Cup ever again.
Farford here in the big blind, ace deuce versus button raise from Fadil. We have an ace. Any 3-bet rips about. If not, it's probably going to be a pass. Gets out of the way. Yeah, we'll fire the Goliath schedule up at some point over the course of the day. In fact,
which bit of Goliath would you like to look at?
Well, why don't we start with our jokers? We've been chatting about it enough today. Let's have a little look at what this joker schedule is going to be like.
There's the side events.
Wednesday the 30th of July. Wherever you are in the UK, if you are not in Coventry, ask yourself why.
Yeah.
On that one day, that's the one day you can ask yourself that question.
They're the side events. I know it's a little bit small in writing, but there's a lot of side events to get in. But don't forget the big one as well at the beginning of the week, the GUKPT, because the GUKPT has $1 million guarantee on it.
Unbelievable.
For 1,000, the normal price $12.50. A normal GUKPT has $1 million guarantee, and there's going to be satellites for that on Stars. There's live event credit satellites on Grosvenor Poker as well. So there's plenty to get your teeth into, but that milli guarantee should set the week off.
Yeah. Because
that will be an absolute cracker. But the side events for the rest of the week, as Sam has said, Joker's Wild, starting at 6:30. We'll get half an hour extra.
Cracker.
Excellent.
Cracker. Gives us half an hour extra to prepare for the stream.
I'll say it normally starts at 6.
Yeah.
6:30 this time.
Got half an hour to get into the mindset of listening to.
And as you can see there is a soft cap of 400 because of the room only. He's got 40 tables. So there's plenty of side events for Goliath, plenty of action going on there. We'll give you more and more details regarding that in the course of the next few weeks.
Well, welcome back to the feature where there's just chips all over the field.
What's happening here? Ali's looking down as if to say, what's going on here?
David's all in from gun with 8-9 offsuit. Sure about this one. For deal, King 10 of hearts for a bounty in the cut-off, all the chips. Yes, please. Here we go then, on their backs.
David in 5, who had the ace queen and got unlucky with the ace 10.
Whoa, that is a pretty good start for Fadil. Just generously leaving our opponent with 3% on the flop, upgrades to 8% on the turn.
And
3
it's
sixes.
sixes about. And it is not. So we lose David Kingswell in 12th.
Another bounty for Fadil.
Another bounty. And good afternoon, Zanga, from Portugal. Afternoon, Grosvenor Poker Life friends. Good morning. And a big hug from Portugal. Thank you very much. That's the kind of messages we like to read.
Yeah, Zangar says good morning. What time is it in Portugal at the moment, do we reckon?
2:25. Is it 2:25?
It says good morning. Well, whether it's morning as in we've just woken up, who knows?
Maybe. Is it not Ben, is it?
Yeah. Ben's burner.
I think they're an hour.
Portuguese burner.
I think they're an hour in front. Oh, same. Portugal is the same as the UK.
Really?
Is it just plus one?
I'd have had 1 hour.
I thought it was plus 2.
I'd have had 1 hour.
We're plus 1.
It's the same. There we go.
Magico says it's the same. Well, thank you very much. 1:25 in the afternoon. 35 degrees in Portugal. Raining in Portsmouth. But don't worry. We're here for the final 11 of the mystery bounty. The 2.5k big one is still in. We've not had that. Hopefully, when we do eventually get to the FT, they might open them and show the camera. That'd be nice.
Ben with A7 in the big blind, all in after Fadil just completed. Might see this get looked up as well. They're on their backs. Going to see 5. We'll start with 3 again. Well, pretty good start here.
Very nice indeed.
Very nice for Ben.
Fadil drawing.
It's King 10 drawing to Queen Jack or
That's
some
it.
weird running combo. Dead on the turn. Double for Ben.
Oh. Nice one, Ben. So Portugal's the same time as Britain, but Spain is not. So there we go. Portugal's the same time as the UK, but Spain's not. Just Spain's more across.
I would have. Portugal. If you're looking at the
Sorry, how do you get that with the stream?
About 1,400. 1,450, yeah.
Thank you. Make sure to leave you with the green chip, mate. I'm not much enough.
Give me that one, mate.
No, I'm colorblind.
Give me that one.
Sorry?
Give me that one.
No, but the guy walked away from the table, so it's hanging on.
Yeah, well, while I was walking away, I forgot about that shit. I was like, I'm going to go concentrate.
I can't imagine you give too much of a crap.
I'm going to go concentrate on that.
There we go.
I know Spain is +1 for sure.
Yes. Whatever time it is, good afternoon. Good morning if you are down in Sydney, Australia.
Yeah, g'day.
No, you get into it. Well, what's happening here?
Don't know, Ricky just standing up. Something there. Ben just folding the small blind, 3 deuce, not getting involved. So 44 plays 31, 21, 20 and 9 on your feature at the moment. 11 left. 6 remaining on the outer table, 5 on our feature. Chip Diddy, any news on the high roller? Is it going to run? We at this moment, we've got no information saying it's not going to run. So if that information comes through, obviously we'll let you know as soon as we can. But we will, at the moment, be assuming that tomorrow we'll be covering the high roller day 2, unless we get told otherwise. If we don't get the high roller off the ground, as Tower said earlier, we will be focusing our attentions to the main event straight away. 100k guaranteed on that from a 340 buy-in. Need some 300 odd entries on that to make the guarantee. I think it will. I think Portsmouth will turn out for the main event. Put my neck out for that one.
No news on the high roller at the moment. We will keep you updated on the ball with that one. Might struggle. Chip Daddy. Joe Chip Diddy.
Here we go then. Here we go then. Big pot incoming here, Tower. Fadil, small blind. Ben open button. Fadil jam the small blind. Ace-7. Ali woke up with Ace-Queen in the big blind. And is 4-1 favourite here to win a big pot.
This is a big one.
This is a big one. Oh, $500,000 in this pot. We're going to see 5. We'll start with 3.
9, 4, 9. Chop outs.
Yeah, and King 9 passed on the button for Ben. Going to be a bit gritty seeing this one, but 4s or 7s only working. Queen on the turn is going to do it. Check mark for Ali.
Boom.
Just like that. Ali up to $500,000 chips. Fadil dropping down to 300k.
The thing with the high roller chip is because the late reg is open until day 2, they will leave it open all day. They won't cancel the event. Late reg is open all day long on that, and you can buy into day 2 of it as well.
Yeah.
So they won't cancel the event.
So 11 remaining in the mystery bounty. Always good energy around the room at this point. Big bounties are still available. GUKBT seats still available. Ricky under the gun here. 5-handed on the feature, Ace-3. Certainly suitable for a raise. Cut off Ben, King 4 of spades. That's going to go into the bin for deal here now. I wonder if there's a slight adjustment on the compass with regards to aggression following that big pot loss to Ali, but no adjustment required here with pocket jacks. Clean 3-bet incoming. Just going to count this down. Could go one or two ways here. 3-bet not all in. Or just quite a big one to play as a jam, but does opt to 3-bet. Quite like this. 70k, something like that.
Is he committed?
Yeah, 70k. I reckon he's going to get out of the way with his exact holding, but Ali's
Ali's out of the way.
Yeah. Farbered it. We're going to need to see some absolutely ludicrous
Oh, that is it.
the devil.
That ludicrous hand of Ace King. 87's in. 87 is
Honestly,
in. Ricky.
Fadil is genuinely not going to be too pleased about this. Farwood has been playing so snug.
Ricky can get out of the way.
Well, Ricky just going to save face a bit here with the
Yes.
H3 and drop this off after a couple of seconds, no doubt. But, well, he should.
We know, yes. He will.
He
do.
will. He will.
He will.
He's been playing well so far today. No, absolutely no reason to think anything else is going to happen other than that. Bounties at play. I think if there was the dynamic where Fadil was, he's just so aware. Ricky's tuned it. Always really aware of his live surroundings and live scenarios. Whenever we play with him, he will be aware that Fadil will be getting out of line and aggressive in certain spots. But in this one, we've just got a pure flip, and there is nothing else that was going to happen here other than cards on their backs, and we're going to see all 5.
Yeah, we know it's 2 bounties, but it's still ace-3. It's still ace-3.
It's the dynamic.
The
Apocalypse has got, it's kind of comparable to the situation we were talking about earlier with the pocket ace. Queen 6, great start for Fadil here, managing to avoid the 3 remaining aces and kings. In fact, to have half of those aces and kings accounted for already is spot on. Well, there is a 4th queen in the next tower. Could you imagine?
No way.
It's a 3 on the end. Hope for Fadil there. And we're going to lose forward. GG, sir. Kept it snug. We're down to 10.
Yeah. Final table bubble.
Another bounty. For
Another
Fadil.
bounty. What are we pulling this time? Show us on the camera. Show us on the camera. No, we're not going to see it. Is there a cheer? They all turn around to look on the outer tables.
He's ordered one for the main and waiting for it.
No, didn't hear what it was. So far, everybody got in the money this afternoon. So we started with 21 with 220 quid, and we've just bust out for 300. Phil Baker's in the building. How are you, kidder?
Yeah, not bad. You? Should we get the bounty?
All good. I'm.
Should we do them on the table?
Yes.
Cracking, yeah.
Front of the camera. Turn around like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Get them all.
Have a word, mate. Have a word. Ricky out of the way there for Deal, opening the ace-9 back to $500,000 himself.
La 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 da.
Alex, any mixed games at Goliath outside of PLO?
Only cash.
I don't think so. No, but you might get some.
Yeah. How are we doing, Riz? Hope you're well.
Is there a PLO on the Goliath schedule? There must be. There must be a PLO. On the
Side events everywhere. We'll have a quick
I
look.
reckon there's a PLO on the side
There's
events.
side events everywhere. There's got to be. Look for that PLO. Where is it? There we go. 4 card. Tuesday 29th. That's one of them. There's always cash, and I mean always.
Yeah, I don't think there used to be a Red Tooth 8 game. That was cracking.
Always cash.
Little go at that was good fun, but not anymore. It was probably only 2 dealers in the complex that were dealing it at the time. It's just pretty tight cap on that one, but horse would be good.
So, Steve Ricketts has just bust out on the outer,
Is he? Oh,
which means we're down to 9. Which
There we go
means
then.
we're on the
Final
FT.
table.
And I do believe both big bounties are still there, the 2.5 grand and the 1k.
well, there we go.
We'll get a full rundown of all the bounties. We'll get a full rundown of all the players. We will be having I think a 20-minute break at least, and we'll go and find out off PK exactly what it is. But we're now on the final table of the Mystery Bounty. All the money is there. We will be back for the final 9 and give you a rundown of all the bounties. Just like that, Steve Vick is busting out. We are down to 9 players, and we'll answer all the questions. Also, 8 games. They don't ever start, do they? Everybody talks about the comps.
I reckon if you put a horse on a Goliath, it would do well.
I don't. They might do.
Not well in the context of the Goliath. You're never going to get thousands of entries to the horse, but I think there's something there.
Yeah.
I think there's something there. Mixed games are more popular now than they've probably ever been.
Yeah, they are. They are indeed. And I know Jaded always picks on mixed games, and they've all smashed it. And
I think you'd get enough there to make a good comp of it.
Maybe, but as you can see, we're on the final table. We will see you in about 20 minutes' time for the final of the Mystery Bounty, and we'll answer all questions when we come back. See you then.
Ta-da.
We're spending 10 minutes with Ari and Kashani. Thank you very much for your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Where did you start playing poker? And how on earth did you get into it?
I mean, growing up, I've always been very much obsessed with anything strategy-based.
So you're no 3-card brag man.
No, and I used to play a lot of cards, but a lot of different card games. And I've always been a very competitive gamer. Anything with strategy is just... until I came across poker, it was actually during a sleepover at a friend's house.
Were you a killer at Monopoly?
I used to, whenever I knew we was playing Monopoly, I used to open the box and slip some of the 500s into my pocket prior to the game beginning, and when people went past the go and got 200, I was getting 600.
I love it.
The additional notes were coming out. But yeah, where my friend Christian, I think I was leaving college.
Yeah.
I wasn't 18, I was 17 years old. He taught me the rules, and my mind was blown. I was hooked. I was like, wow, I've discovered this a bit too late. And I was just immediately hooked to a point where when I started uni, my attendance...
Where was uni?
Huddersfield.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny because growing up I wanted to be a pilot, then I wanted to be an architect, then I studied accountancy and finance, and now I'm a poker player, right?
Well, accountancy, facts, figures, numbers, maths.
For sure, yeah. So I joined uni. I didn't really enjoy it. My attendance was very low because I was too busy playing poker in my local card room. It all started with free rolls. I used to turn up with my shades on, hood up.
You look back now and you think, why did I do that?
Yeah, I was just obsessed, and the obsession, it really forced me to dig deep, and I've just been obsessed ever since coming across it. And when you find something that you have that deep connection with, it just comes natural. Ever since coming across poker, all I've ever wanted to do was to play poker, and I've always worked very hard. I mean, when I was at school, I used to do papers, and I worked in behind a bar, then I worked in a hotel, then I worked in a restaurant, then I worked in a nightclub. Then I went and worked in an office. I was a credit controller for a very big organisation, collecting £5 million a month. I've always been obsessed with numbers as well, but my heart was always in poker, and all I wanted to do was poker from the minute I came across poker.
Well, my first number for you was 2015, Huddersfield.
First cash in
25, 25.
Yes, that's where it all started.
Can you remember much about it? You finished 12th?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest buy-ins at the time.
Yeah.
I think people tend to forget that we've not always played at these stakes. You work your way up.
Yeah.
But at the time, yeah, it was really, really big.
Was it a direct buy-in? Or
it would have most likely been a satellite win for sure, yeah.
Nice one. I like it. The Huddersfield on the map just because it was your first score. But your first big score, 2019, the Christmas cracker.
Yes.
Like, these fields used to be huge.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Manchester did really, really well at getting the numbers in, yeah, for sure.
They did? £12,000.
Yeah. I mean, on the final table, I remember the final table as well. I wanted to carry on playing, but financially, I was in a position where the 12K meant a lot to me, and I made the decision to take the money, although I did want the trophy. But yeah, it was a lot of money back then for sure.
Absolutely. Running deep in a huge field. Obviously, the Northwest was like one of the biggest ones that there were in all the districts, in all the areas around the country. Did you like playing the day ones and then getting yourself into these big fields? Was a big field like?
I mean,
very comfortable.
Everything I play now is intentional, and a lot of analysis goes into the games I play. Back then I was playing anything and everything. You need to be very careful. I mean, game selection is an art. It's something that not many people know much about. They literally play anything. They don't really set themselves restrictions on what to play, what not to play, past what point to stop regging, past what point not to reg. But my approach is usually a big percentage of my overall tournaments are in small fields to make sure I'm consistently getting in the results, and then some in medium fields, and then only very small amounts in the big fields, because even if you are the best player in the world and you play in big fields only, you can just go through big periods of not cashing at all, right? So I think it's very important to get the consistent small cashes in, and then obviously put yourself in the big fields.
But straight after, more or less straight after the Christmas Cracker, which had a big number, you end up in Nottingham at the Grand Prix.
Yes, that was a very interesting one.
2,712 runners.
That was a very interesting one. That had it was one of the first ever hybrid tournaments where you would play the day ones online, and then you would eventually turn up day two, play live at DTD, and they had this promotion. If you played day 1A online and made the final table, you would get a 10K package.
Okay.
So when we was approaching the final table, there was 2 tables left. There was another guy who had qualified from day 1A, and I knew that if he makes the final table, he also gets the 10K as well. So every time it was this big blind, all in, all in, all in, and it was just like fumes coming out of his ears. But we both made the final table. We both ended up getting the 10K package. With the 10K package, I ended up actually getting more than first place, but a friend of mine, Fabian, ended up winning that. Congratulations.
Well, you were second.
I did really well because he had all of the chips with 2 tables left, and I just outlasted everybody. Got myself the second, and the stack distribution heads up was ridiculous.
Then, unfortunately, we ended up in lockdown.
Yes,
but how was it for you?
It wasn't unfortunate. It was.
I'm going to say this.
Lockdown was very good there because historically I've played online a lot, and the games were really, really good during lockdown. A lot of people who played live, obviously they couldn't play live, so they were forced to play online. So the online prize pools were getting ridiculously big. Like the Irish Open, I remember it was guaranteed at 1 mil. He ended up collecting 3 mil. And the winner got 462K. The numbers were ridiculous.
Everybody wanted to play.
But yeah, the games were good for sure. Really, really good. But lockdown was a very tough period for a lot of people also.
Of course, but you certainly did well during it, which is really nice. But obviously coming out of it and coming into the live poker back again, last year, big year for you.
For sure, yeah.
Nearly $300,000 as it says on the database. For
sure, it was the first year where I started competing for the leaderboard, and I wasn't really going for it till I think March time. I got a few results in a row, and I thought it makes sense, and I made the decision to give it a go. It was very competitive towards the end.
The best thing
start of the year, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, it's over. Cal's won it." And the deeper into the year we got, the closer we got. It was very,
but the
very
best thing for us watching it from the outside in was you and Brandon battling away.
Robbie as well. Robbie was up there as well. It was very, very competitive year. I really enjoyed it.
You ended up with a 15K package, which was
really, I managed to get that in the last event. I needed to finish a certain place to get that, and I did just that to be able to scrape the points needed to finish 5th and go over Brandon, I think it was.
Did it help with the 15K package, or did it just go on top of the pile and then we just still have the plan to play what we need to play?
Oh, it just goes towards buy-ins in the future, that's all it is,
experience. When you play locally, then you play nationally, then you go and play an EPT. What's that like?
It's obviously different games. They attract different player types, and I think one of the biggest keys to succeeding in poker is knowing how to adapt to different player types. And different players, they play very differently. I mean, it's one game, poker's one game, but everyone has a different understanding of the game and everyone plays very differently. So it's very important for you to try to gauge how someone thinks about the game and try to come up with a strategy to counter that, basically. I don't think it's realistic to play this unexploitable balance strategy versus everybody. I think you want to be choosing to do X intentionally rather than doing it to randomize and to balance, etc. I think everything should be intentional, for sure.
When you go to an EPT and the fields, you don't know 99% of the field. Can you sit down and within 10 minutes work out an online
quickly.
reg? Or
very. I mean, a lot of the times from appearance, from how people hold the cards, how they put the chips in, what the table presence is like, etc., etc. If not, if people are regulating the behavior well, all it takes is one showdown. You see one showdown, you play the back in your hand and the hand back in your head, and you start making assumptions about your players. That's the key. I think a lot of recreationals, they tend to only pay attention when they have a hand themselves, and they don't really pay attention when they don't have a hand. The key is to be paying attention all times, to be building this profile on each player, so when you do end up in a hand with them, you know exactly what to do.
Yeah. Do you prefer the live? Do you prefer live now more than the online environment?
I enjoy them both. I think live poker is a lot more competitive for sure. There's a lot more competitiveness to it, and running deep in a live tournament is very thrilling. But running deep online is also very good. It's two completely different games versus different player pools, and I think it's very important to know how to adapt. There's been a lot of very successful online players who come and play live who don't tend to do that well, and a lot of the times that's because they're not really adapting that well. They're trying to play the same strategy, and a lot of poker is just adapting to who the opponent is. It's not a game of cards, it's a game of people played with cards, and you need to play each individual based on their tendencies.
You do a lot of coaching.
I do indeed.
Online.
Yes.
You're very successful. Do you like it when your proteges get a nice little touch somewhere and you keep in touch with them? And
for sure, it's very rewarding to help people become better at something that they care for, and that something is poker, which I love very much. So it's very rewarding to be involved in the journey of some of these guys, to see them grow, to see them get these results. And I've actually built a community. There's between 30 to 40 people, very close knit. Everybody's helping each other. We have constant, regular hand discussion channels.
You're always studying between yourselves?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, poker's all I do. Even when I'm not playing poker, poker is all I do. I mean, of course, besides spending time with family, I'm very blessed to have a very supportive partner and to have a 7-year-old son. So whenever I'm not playing poker, because poker can be very, very draining, and for me, I'm very lucky that I have my family to lift me and re-energize me when needed, so I can go again. I think your off-table routines have a big impact on your performance at the tables, for sure.
A lot of studying obviously leads to a lot of results, and like you say, you do a lot of chatting between you guys. Is it nice for you to sit there studying, knowing that these results are coming because of all the hard work?
Yeah, for sure. I've always believed in hard work. There's no such thing as talent. There's no such thing as talent, and if you believe someone is more talented than you, all you have to do is outwork them. And a lot of it comes down to mindset as well. I think in any industry, if you want to succeed, you need to have a bulletproof mindset. In poker, very much so, because it is very mentally challenging. You have a lot of obstacles and a lot of challenges that you need to overcome, and there's a lot of injustice, and people tend to have entitlement issues. So having a mindset that allows you to play your A game is very, very important, but that's actually a very difficult thing to achieve.
Do you set goals for yourself?
Yeah, I have yearly goals, I have monthly goals, I have weekly goals, I have daily goals. You have to, because if you don't, you're just living life. Life just passes you by, time goes by very quickly. But when you have a plan and you're taking baby steps every day, it accumulates. Law of compounding over time. Those baby steps accumulate and the results will eventually turn up, for sure.
Just quickly run through the AK. I absolutely love the AK. The name just fits with the game, and it just looks perfect.
Thank you.
It's like every time somebody walks in with an AK, it's got to be Arian. It can't be anybody else.
I've had a lot of people ask for it, but if I start handing them out, it's not going to be as unique, is it?
No, absolutely not. You're still young in the game. You've
Yes.
had a lot of success. What's the
Short-term
future?
success, I don't take it for
Absolutely,
granted.
nobody does, and nobody should do.
sure.
But what's the plan for the short-term
To
future?
keep doing
regarding
what
Harry?
I'm doing, but on the long term, to me, success is not getting a few results. It's to be able to beat the competition at the highest level possible for as long as possible. If I can carry on doing what I'm doing for the next 10 years, that will be success in my eyes. Right now, obviously I understand the game on a deeper level, and I have had this success, but when you look at it, it's only like 300 live games, and that can be very much dictated by variance, good variance, right? But if I do what I'm doing for a decade, then it can't be all variance, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And
So
you
that's the aim.
It's great to walk into a card room and Arian walks in and people look round and they spot who you are and they know who you are and they're now getting to see the name sitting down at the tables and thinking, it's just a little bit tougher.
It's very overwhelming. I mean, even when I went to the EPT, I mean, some of these guys I used to watch on the TV and to turn up and to share a table with them is one thing, but to be able to compete, that's another thing. It's very rewarding for sure. I've made a lot of sacrifices. I was doubted a lot. I was laughed at a lot. I remember before I started playing full time, when I was still working in the office, someone said to me, "Oh, what you got? I've heard you're leaving. What are you going to do?" And I said, "I'm going to play poker." And they just started laughing in my face. They thought I was some form of deluded.
Well, I hope they're watching the streams, realising how good you've got.
Degenerate gambler who is lost, but you can't expect other people to share your views. Everyone has very unique views in life, I think.
Yeah.
Only you know truly what you should do, and you should do it. I love what I do, and I think that's the main reason why I've had the results. Is I truly love what I do, and if you look at any field, the people that do really well are usually those who love what they do, because when you love what you do, you never have to work. What you're doing is not work. You're doing something you enjoy, and because of that, you give it more. Because of that, you have more resilience. When things go wrong, you've got more of a reason to push forward. And doing this for a living, I mean, all of the money and the trophies, it's very attractive. But the things that you have to actually go through to make that possible it's not easy. It's not made for the average individual. But if you work hard enough and you develop certain skill sets, then it's possible. Yeah, for sure.
Well, long may it continue.
Hopefully,
keep that
crossed.
smile on your face.
Fingers crossed.
Always walk around with that smile because
sure.
it's a little bit infectious. Arian Kashani.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and thank you for having me.
Cheers, Arian.
Cool. Thank you.
One of the most consistent players that we've seen in probably 10 years of the GUKPT. Bousey.
Good to see you.
How you doing, buddy?
Yes, good, thank you.
Poker.
Yep.
Where did it begin?
A long time ago. long time ago. Yeah, I think it was about 2005. I'd seen a little bit on TV, what's the kind of late night poker and things like that. And there was a casino, some £10 rebuy tournaments.
Yeah.
We used to go to the casino for a night out. I thought, I'll jump in one of them, have a go at that. And really enjoyed it, got into it straight away. Great set of people down there in Teesside.
Yeah.
Good, good game, good pots. And everyone got on really well. I mean, some of the players who were there that first tournament, like Ian Woods, he was on my table, I think he knocked me out the first tournament. He's still playing, there's a lot of the lads who are still, it was a really good community,
It's an amazing community, and we'll come to that during this little chat, but can you remember your first ever cash?
My first cash on the Hendon.
I'll tell you it's 2007.
2007, yeah, that'll have been probably the Great British Poker Tour.
Correct.
I think it was.
Yeah.
That was a tour, the gala tour that started.
Yeah.
Before Grosvenor bought them out.
Yeah.
I
think that's where we basically all met.
Yeah, it was.
The gala tour.
Yeah.
Like the Teesside. The Teesside gala was massive for you lot, especially.
Yeah, it was, and we had a great support on the tour. Back in the day, we would have 40 or 50 people going to a lot of the tournaments.
Yeah.
And I finished. Maybe a side event, a £200 event, might finish fourth or something like that.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay.
And you've probably still got the £865 in the pocket somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't spent that yet. I think it was white fibres on one day. So, yeah.
Obviously, that was the year that the GKPT came along.
Yep.
Did you look at the GKPT and think this tour looks pretty good? I'm going to have to start travelling around a little bit?
Yeah, they both were running like side by side, and the first festival I went to before that was the Northern Lights of Blackpool before the GKPT took it over, and I was blown away. I walked in the casino. The atmosphere was fantastic, and still the same today. I still love that feeling when you go there. I think because as a kid we went there on our holidays, and it always reminded you of having a good time. So when I first walked in there, everyone was taking the mick out of each other, and the banter was really good, and so I really loved that. And I thought, I want a bit more of that.
Yeah. Did you play much of season 1 because you actually cashed in it?
No, I didn't. I didn't play much. No, I played at Blackpool. And maybe Newcastle, was it Newcastle League?
I think there was,
I think I played the Newcastle side event. I didn't play the main event, but I played Blackpool and then Newcastle.
Yeah, it's obviously that's where it all started. It's where all the friends started going. I think from the Northern Lights in 2006, you knew what kind of people were going to start playing the GKPT in 2007, and it literally was nearly everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
2008, Gala Tour, you started winning a little bit bigger. I think 6,000 was your next one.
Yeah.
The tour at Teesside, it comes around, the community's there. Did you find the play was getting tougher? Did you find that the regulars were regularly cashing, or was it? Did you find more people travelling to these kind of events thinking, I've never seen you in my town before?
I think back in the day, it didn't get tougher straight away. There was a good few years where I think a lot of new people were coming to the game at the same time, and some of the people were getting better, and there was a lot of new people still coming to the game, so it probably wasn't tougher for quite a long time, I didn't think, and then obviously the standards looks like it's improved a lot over the last few years, in general, but back in the day there was a lot more like gamblers who play, and they'd come and like try and have a spin up, and like not be bothered about winning or losing, they just want to get in, get in and have a good time, and so
your first main cash in a GKPT. Probably your favourite stop. And you're probably your favourite casino for a GKPT, isn't it? Blackpool?
Blackpool,
2014, finished 10th. Is Blackpool, obviously it's there every year. Is it like a synonymous stop that everybody just has to go to?
Yeah. For me, I mean, it's like it's the party atmosphere. It's as well as a lot of serious poker played. But there's something for everyone. There's cash games at all levels. There's small buying tournaments, bigger buying tournaments, and a lot of the lads. I mean, last year, back from Teesside, a lot of them come and played one tournament and had a few. They come for the holidays, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Nights out, so they really enjoyed that. And it's still great to this day,
Same season, the grand final. 10th. Gutted not to hit the final table, I'm guessing, especially with the first prize.
Lost. I remember. I mean, I was short stack, believe it or not. When we played that, I played my short stack very well. So nothing much has changed in 15 years. Played short stack really well, and then doubled up right at the end of day one, and kind of got in the game. And there wasn't many of us come back to day three. Sorry. There wasn't many of us came back, and I got in a big flip, nines against Ace Jack with Charlie Carroll, who ended up, I think it was his first live tournament.
I know,
He ended up going on to win it and winning about 84 million, and that was about 200 pound cash since,
Brilliant. Obviously the grand final and the Vic, it's got that thing. A lot of people say it's one of the toughest fields assembled in Britain. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but I think there's a good mix of like kind of local like businessmen who play, as well as like the tour regs, and occasionally get people coming in from all over playing, So that was. I mean, the other thing was, I was working quite a lot then, and that time of year I got a lot of time off in November, December, so I would play Blackpool in the grand final. But I would say. There was a really good mix of standards. There was some really good players. And you look at the fields. If you look back through the time, the ones who've won it.
Absolutely.
And keep on coming time after time. There is some class players go there.
We move on to Vegas, 2016. Was that the first time you ever went? Because that was your first cash.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
I only went for a week.
Everybody goes to Vegas for the first time at cashes.
To be honest, I only went for 4 days.
Really?
I was going for a week, and my daughter had a show in London, so. But it was organised after I'd booked the trip, so I played. I had 4 or 5 days there and then came home. So played one tournament, cashed it, and this is easy.
Left with all the dollars.
Vegas is easy, yeah. I'll come here again. Hasn't quite worked since, but yeah.
Brilliant. We introduced the National Poker League.
Yep.
And I'm just going to quickly run through what you've done in it.
Yep.
2019, second.
Yep.
2020,
Yep.
you won it.
Yep.
2021, seventh.
Yep.
2022, fourth.
Yep.
2023, must have been a shock to finish ninth.
You
know what, I tell you.
Yeah. I want the stewards inquiry for that.
What is it about the NPL that just like brings out the best in John Basfield?
I just like league tables and league points, and like, so I've always been the same. I mean, the Gala Tour actually had the leaderboard back in 2007, and I won that. That's funny enough. So I kind of always like, when that, I've got something to aim at throughout the season.
Yeah.
And when the NPL was first discussed, I've kind of heard a few rumours behind the scenes, and I just knew I was going to give it a good go, you know. It's a big commitment it's been for the last 5 years. But I've loved it, and of course each year you get new players, new faces turning up, and kind of giving it a go. And then some of them drop by the wayside when they realise how tough it is to the stamina you need for the full season, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
If you put a list together of the NPL since 2019, you're top.
Yep.
But you're not just top.
Yep.
You're top by an absolute margin this wide.
Yeah,
That's a testament to yourself.
Yeah.
But it just shows, with the NPL as well, it just shows how the players take to it.
Yeah.
And obviously you do see the same faces in the top 10 for a few of the years, but it just means you're still going to be playing and getting results.
Yeah, you have, especially the way they changed it. I mean, I know I've got quite a big lead in the NPL, like overall leaderboard, if you like, but it was a couple of the years you got points for cashing, so it's a little bit of a cheat. I got a few extra points there when you were just getting points for playing rather than cashing. They've changed it to cashes, which was a lot better, a lot fairer, you know. And obviously a lot of people have stuck to that as well and give it a good go. This year they've added more stops, which has been tougher again for a lot of people, but we'll kind of see how that goes, you know, next season, see what it's like then.
2022, your biggest cash. 31k, the mini main. Was it disappointing not to get the win, or is it all about the trophies at the minute?
Yeah.
Obviously 31k.
I like money.
Yeah,
I like trophies. I like the fame, the press. But no, it was. I was well down heads up, so it was a little bit disappointing because he had a part of one ship lead, and I managed to get just in front, and then lost hands straight away. So it was like I took about 3 hours grinding back the level, got in front, and then bluffed it all off. Yeah, which I don't do very often. So.
Favourite stop? I know we've touched on it a little bit earlier, but where is your favourite stop in the UK?
Yeah, Blackpool. Yeah. Blackpool without a doubt. Blackpool and London have always been my two for the grand final. The Vic's like a great card room, you know, and Blackpool is definitely up there. Leeds, but I love Leeds as well. We're getting out today, Leeds. It's my most local one, so it's very, very friendly. You know, you get a lot of the same faces turning up for that. I really enjoy coming down here, and we still get a lot of the Teesside lads who don't travel as a group. We still get a few come down here, you know, 'cause it's closer.
A few weeks ago, we posted like 20 faces on who would be the picks for the GUKPT Hall of Fame. Would you have any inclination of who would you, if you had three, if they came to Bousey and said, Bousey, give me 3 names?
Yeah, I would have to say, I wouldn't put me in it, so I did get a couple of mentions, but I wouldn't put me in it with the main event. I haven't done well enough in that, I don't think, but I would say, looking back over time, Kimber for his record, Jeff Kimber for the record he had for so many years. Ben Windsor for them. For,
the grand final wins and the 3,
And I'd probably put, I mean, the third one's close because you could put any of 10 of them, but Matt Davenport has kind of been around for a long time. Like, last few years he's been brilliant, and he just keeps he's really consistent.
It's amazing with Matt as well, because he stopped for a few years.
Yeah, he did,
He wanted the hiatus, he wanted to leave it for a few years, come back, and has absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I think again, but that's like the NPL has kind of helps people kind of, you think, well, I'm going to give it a go, and so you do get that commitment, and when you're playing more, you get to know players, your confidence builds up, so there's a lot about it that you kind of, once you're playing week in, week out, so I mean, Matt's having a great one again today, like the Leeds, and he's well up there. There's a few like Cal is probably going to be in it, and if he has to be in 10 years' time, the way he's going, but obviously he's done really well the last few years. You know, there's a few older ones, maybe like Simon Deadman, Trigg, you know, we could put in there.
Absolutely.
They're all really tough to pick from, but yeah.
Do you know what happened 16 years ago?
16 years ago.
You posted a picture on the Endon mob.
Oh yeah.
Can we have it changed?
That was about 3 weeks. That was about 3 weeks ago. That's 3 weeks ago. That one.
We say it to loads and loads of people. That once the picture's on, nobody ever changes it. It's
I
like,
mean, I didn't put the picture on, but yeah, somebody put it on. But yeah, there was a bit fresher face that one. Yeah.
There's a lot of people like that. Let me tell you, there are a lot of people.
I mean,
like
I do
that.
have a bit of resemblance. I've seen some of them. You can't even recognise who they are. I'm thinking,
Poker, it's been good to you.
Yep.
You're still loving the game.
Yep.
We have a charity night in Teesside on the Christmas week.
Yep.
What does that mean to you, and especially with your charities as well that you do? Because you do a lot for charity.
Yeah, I'm a trustee of a local charity at Teesside. We help kids with neurological conditions.
Yeah.
The charity is called Remembering Rebecca,
Yeah.
and we provide equipment, respite breaks. There's a sibling project where we send the siblings of the families on trips.
Yeah.
Brilliant, all voluntary run. Not everything that comes in goes out. We decided to have the charity night for one. John Law was
absolutely.
really great lad up, really great lad up there, and we just carried it on. And then probably 5 or 6 years ago, when I got involved with the charity, they moved over to us, and we've had a great night. A fantastic night,
Absolutely.
Singing, dancing, playing poker. What more can you ask for? Singing, dancing, raising a few quid.
Raising money for charity.
But that's how I got into charity in the first place. I just got invited to an event, and we went out with a few old school friends who we hadn't seen for quite a long time. It was like 4 couples. We all got together. We had a great night, a few drinks, dances, went out afterwards.
Yeah.
Afterwards, we all said we need to do it more often, and then we'd raise 15 grand on the night. And I was saying, like, what more could you ask for? So, we just started like following the other events. We have the 80s night, a race night, and really loved and enjoyed every minute of that since. Really.
Every credit for it, and it is great to be a part of it as well. So well done to you. If you stay fit and healthy, which you're looking pretty good to be fair.
Right.
What's the future? Carry on playing poker?
Yeah,
loving it.
Yeah, playing. I mean, fit and healthy. I'm doing the Great North Run again this year. So half marathon at Newcastle in September.
Watch it.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll have to do a bit more training on that over the next couple of months. But I'll still play. I've had a bit of a short of the biggest break I've had for the last 5 years, the last couple of months. But there's a lot more stops I'll be playing. There's Vegas next week. There'll be Goliath's a great stop, and then we'll have all my favourite ones back in later in the year anyway.
Absolutely.
So,
it's been a pleasure. Keep it up. Always good to see you at poker tables.
Yep.
And we always have a laugh.
Yes, we
and
do.
a joke.
We do. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Long way to
John.
continue.
Dowsy.
Thank you.
Here we go with the final. There's a 2,500 and 1,000 still available in the bounties, and then the smaller ones. We are ready for the final. Fadil in seat number 1, Martin Malone in 2, Phil Baker in seat number 3, Jacob Bryant in 4, Ben Skinner, Widen Wang in seat number 6. Owen Locke, had a good chat with Owen yesterday about the final table, the first ever GUKPT, the grand final that Mike Ellis won. So had a good chat with Owen, Ali Sarkisic and Ricky Reed, the final 9. Let's do this. Ready for it?
We are indeed, and
Let's
graphic
go.
in the top right hand corner, only 37 hands to get us down to an FT today.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have had too much on that, but this is the story we've been presented, and someone is going to write the final chapter here in the Mystery Bounty at
Indeed.
Portsmouth Summerfest.
And Lorna Locke, believe it or not, says good luck to Owen Locke. So there we go. Mum, daughter, wife, sister. You never know. But glad you're watching.
To those of you who are rejoining us after the first session, welcome back. And to those of you that are just tuning in across all social platforms, Facebook, YouTube and Twitch, welcome in for Cardinal Direct's coverage of the GUKPT Summerfest in Portsmouth. This is the Mystery Bounty, day 2, final table. Coverage from the tower, myself, Sam, in for Jay, whose Vegas adventure begins at the moment, but we've got the rest of the festival covered for you. You won't miss a beat here in Portsmouth. If you're coming down to play the festival at all over the next couple of days, do let us know. Be good to hear from you. If you're planning on playing that 100k guaranteed main event for just a 340 buy-in, it's going to be a good one, that. But for now, attention's on the Mystery Bounty. 2 significant prizes left to claim.
Yes.
2.5k and a 1k.
Hopefully stood right in front of the camera to give it us.
Yeah, Phil was going to do the good work, try and get them at least opened under the table camera for everybody, which would have been a fun one, but see how they get on with that.
Attention, all the players who are remaining in the cash-out satellite, please make your way back over to your seats. We've got just over 2 minutes remaining on break. That's all satellite players. Back to your seats, please. Thank you.
Then the 10-6 on the button, out of the way.
Yeah, wording here, 12, King 9 of hearts, small blind, nice clean all in. Owen in the big, Queen 5 of diamonds, not going to be calling here. Gets out the way. Plenty going on in the casino. It's just starting to ramp up a little bit. Thursday afternoon in Portsmouth. Sun is just starting to come out unreliably for him. After drizzly morning in Portsmouth, should we say. Towers breakfast stroll rudely interrupted by the weather.
I know! Can't believe it.
But we are back here for the afternoon session. And the sun will be out for the rest of the day, we are told. Let's see if one of these players can kick up a storm on the feature, though. We had Fadil before the break on the feature. He was in seat 9, playing some pretty good stuff, super aggressive. We had Ali on the feature, we had Ricky on the feature as well. Ricky played well, got a favourable one with the ace-jack against the kings to get himself a big stack. Looks like toning the aggression, just going to continue straight from the off here on the final table. Fadil in seat 9, opening the Queen 9 of spades. Whiting won't be continuing the Queen 10. Owen folds the ace 5, and I think Ali and Fadil got involved quite a bit with each other on that table before the break tower, and we're going to see them at it again here.
Aye, check blind.
The old check
Says
blind,
Ali.
is it? Here we go. Music to Fadil's ears, that. You open, get called from the big blind, and checks blind, so King 9 deuce rainbow. It's like Fadil opting for the check back here. And probably some awareness now, playing full ring as well, but there was that really interesting hand before the break where blind on blind, we saw potentially the most passively played ace queen v king queen you're likely to see. The old limp check, check, check on the queen high flop. And Fadil ended up bombing river on that occasion, got his customer to pay, but I wouldn't exactly say we're going to see too much of the standard stuff at times here. It's going to be a fun one. Ben Buckley on Facebook, welcome in.
How doing, Ben? Says good luck to Ricky. Starting scene number 9. All folding round after Martin opens from +1. Alice has call with the 8-5. So heads up to the flop. There's the big blind, gets out of the way. 10-9 flop, 10-4 deuce. No check blind this time. But does check from Ali. Lovely turn for Martin, check mark and a set. Ali bets 50,000, music to his ears. Should just be a call. Oh, says all of it. Okay. Says you're going to get to pay for your flush draw. Got rid of his customer. Afternoon, you're not watching on Twitch. Good afternoon, wherever you may be.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Tal. We have to be calling with the 9s there. Just keep our customer in, keep some bluffs in. Going to crush a lot of it.
Right. That's exactly what I did.
Some of our finalists.
Good afternoon, Valerie. Hope you are well. How are the streets of Edinburgh? We're in Edinburgh next week for the 888 Festival.
We are.
Looking forward to going up to the Maybury. Not too sure how busy that'll be, you know. Well, there's a lot of locals there because there's plenty of people in Vegas already. So keep your eyes out for 888 adventures in the Maybury. I know Nick Eastwood going up. No Ian Simpson next week.
Is Josh going up?
No, Josh has got prior engagements.
Okay.
But if you need a taxi to the Maybury, Val's always busy. She's always there. But it should be a cracker up in the Maybury. Looking forward to going up there. Your first time?
First time in Edinburgh, yeah. Yeah, very much looking forward to
Your
seeing
first
the sights.
time. So 3,100 to the winner. 2,500 bounty is still available.
Yeah, some of these guys might be their first time on an FT. Some of them not. Some of them not even their first final table this year, and some of them not even their first final table in Portsmouth this year.
Hey, there we go.
Mr. Jake Bryant, the man behind the Sunnies, in seat 4.
Winner
of the 888 High Roller in January. Proceeded to finish second in the Big Shot at the same festival.
And now looking forward to doing a little title. Trying to get the Mystery Bounty title.
Yeah, finished 4th in the Mini Fest in Reading, so it's been a good start to the year for Jake. For 25k in cashes on the Hendon mob. Whiting going to try and get his quest for a cash of note underway with the Ace King offsuit at the feature table here. Your final table. like Ali's asking for a count here with the ace-8 offsuit, and a lot of people may be asking, why are we asking for a count here? We've only got ace-8 offsuit. The value of these mystery bounties in relation to the payouts in the prize pool is significant. If you can pull that top 2.5k bounty, there's a lot of incentive for that. So does go for the ISO jam here as Ali, and Ricky King 6 behind, getting out the way, but Fadil will not be getting out the way with the jacks in the small blind.
He says, have it all.
He says, I'm all in as well. And just like that, we have got a monster 1 million chip pot at the final table of the mystery bounty. Ace King for Wideng.
Well, if a king comes,
Ali with
we're not going to lose anybody.
ace-8 offsuit. If a king comes, we're not going to lose anybody. Well, we are, as long as if an 8 doesn't come. I mean, Fadil covers Ali here, so Ali is in bad shape.
He is. 7%
He is in bad
equity.
shape.
Ace 8.
7% three-way. He's going to need some serious dates with some serious 8s here. Otherwise, there's going to be some envelopes getting opened. We're going to see 5. We'll start with 3.
And
Ace,
there
high
is
board.
an ace.
That is just grim for Fadil. Backdoor spades is the thing, but 2 direct outs with jacks. Ali needed to find offsuit 8. King on the turn. That deads Ali. Just the 2 jacks for Fadil.
I think it says 10.
10 of clubs, river. Wading with the triple to 550k.
So Ali is going to take Fadil as well.
Oh,
so Fadil's going to be down to 80k. Ali is going to get up, winning a small side pot. Wideng, as we know, trebled up.
Yeah, so no envelope.
No. Yeah, one for the dealer to sort out. But everybody's still in, but Fadil down at 84.
Yeah, Phil in the big blind this. I haven't seen too much of him on the live area in 2025. Had a few scores in 2024 though. Nice fella. Plays a lot around the South Coast region. Plays online as well. Knows his onions, as you'd say, Tower.
Say again,
Knows his onions.
He's
That's a Tower.
he does know his onions. Indeed, he does.
Knows his onions. Well, there's a spring onion for you for Jacob. A7 of diamonds gun. Suspect we'll open this. Opt against it. Interesting there. Chip lead. Could be putting some pressure on with an open. Does decide to get out of the way. Ali ace4 in the hijack, and now just assessing the stack formation behind. It's just going to be playing some open jams here, and just like that gets ace5 to fold in a heartbeat.
Yeah, Phil can't do anything with the king 7.
Yeah, in that goes. So
the blind's up. It's at 8-16. So for dealing with this King 5 and his final 84,005 bigs in the middle. And Ali called with the 9-3 and now has just
we're playing for
called the
envelopes
rest
now,
of it.
aren't we?
We're playing for Deal's bounty, which could be worth £2,500.
Yeah, for the sake of 5 bigs. For what? That's sub 20% of our stack. Ali happy to take this one, and we are live. 42% of the time, we're going to win an envelope here, but it's going to be really hard after that flop, that's for sure. King 5 Jack with a diamond. Deal with a hammer on this one. 9 of diamonds turn though. 1 out for Ali. 9 of spades, the only remaining exit clause from this one. 4 of spades on the end, so Deal gets the double.
Back up to 208,000. Lovely flop. Drawing him just about dead.
Brian on Facebook in Wading's corner. We've got live at the shed on the Twitch. Luck to Phil.
How we doing live at the shed?
Yeah, any of you in the chat box supporting any of the guys on the table, let us know who you're rooting for. Get your shout outs on.
Are you coming to play the main? Live at the shed? You're only round the corner, aren't you? Is it Bournemouth? Live at the shed is situated.
Well, nice one throw in here. Tower. Pocket Kings +1. Just opening off the 17 on Phil with ace 4 offsuit on the button. Gonna fold that one. Jake not gonna be V-picking the Jack 6. Ben in the big. Have we got a candidate to defend?
No.
No, we have not. Phil bubbled him in the satellite. Uh-oh. Well, he's putting them to good use. I suspect that this might be the quietest we hear. You know, the calm before the forthcoming storm in the casino.
Use of Friday, Saturdays in here and nuts.
Well, Friday nights in particular can be quite spicy. I mean, that's when we got the £60 rebuy going on, or the £60 re-entry. Normally, but not this week, of course. We've got the festival going on, but out on the pit here it'll be lively.
How busy will the casino be if it's sunny outside? Does he bring him in?
Bring him down for the day, and then sometimes in. It's not really an injection if the sun's out. It's just a really steady numbers all the way through.
Okay.
For deal here, Queen 10 MP for the lot. 12 blinds. Jake here, A7 on the button. He'll be sort of mulling this one over, decides to drop it off. Ben in the small blind out the way. Back round to the freshly trebled up Wading in the big blind. Jack 6, no good. Hi Ben, how you doing, buddy?
Morning, Ben.
Good to hear from you.
Good luck to Phil and Ricky, 2 Bournemouth and Westmore players. It's a slimy sim.
Yeah, I've seen Ricky around Portsmouth for a while. Plays a pretty solid game. Runs deep quite often in the comps that the Pompey team put on down here, and the numbers haven't exactly been much to shout from the rooftops about so far. This main event is going to smash it. I'm 100% sure of that. But shout out to the team down here in Portsmouth putting on the festival out here, looking after the team as best they can. Constantly sticking their neck out and putting on the comps for the players down here in Portsmouth, and Dan and the team deserve a lot of credit for that. Hopefully the main event numbers can be a representation of that for them. They deserve
Fingers
it.
crossed they are, absolutely. Put on some great comps all the time. We do mention them quite a lot on stream.
100k link comp, smash the guarantee.
Yeah.
The link comp they did with Reading. Did a good job on that one. Interesting how Ali decided to opt for the limp with the deuces under the gun. Phil opting to raise hijack ace-5 of clubs, and don't imagine Ali limp to fold. So expect we're going to see him complete here and take a flop.
We'll see a flop with the twos.
Maybe we did limp to fold.
No, he decides against it. Decides against it.
Phil hasn't exactly been particularly active so far at this final table, but has got the moves in the locker, that's for sure. "21 players came back for day 2 of the Mystery Bounty. And within half an hour we were down to 14, lost a third of the field. Been at the FT now for half an hour or so. Early exchanges, only real of note wading with that treble up, ace king, the ace 8 and jacks. Been a good watch so far.
We just stood there, you know, just watching, nothing.
Queen 8 for Reading.
Interesting to just pass there on the button. Obviously didn't fancy taking that on post flop, but he's been hoping that a lot of the time. It's like the 5 deuce there for Owen in the small blind gets out of the way. Ali had the ace 10, so maybe Wading just knew, but would have been opening the Queen 8 on the button there.
There's a chip counts, final 9 in the Mystery Bounty. 3,100 to the winner. Well, a small turnout for the Mystery Bounty, but hoping the main event does smash it. Certainly deserves it down here in Portsmouth. Put on some cracking events during the year, and this is our first Summerfest for Card Room Direct.
No way. Well, you're one of them. There's probably 9 players here that
Ben here, king 9 in the hijack. Just going to play raise not all in, but essentially all in. Not sure that's quite nice. Put the rest over the line. Is all in. Ali with the ISO with the ace 8 could be about to lose our first player from the FT here. Ali with 58% of the equity, and that's a fun one. Bottom pair for Ali, but goes from being favourite to a slight dog with all of the outs for Ben.
King on the turn.
It's the king on the turn, so reversal of the lead for the second time in the hand. Ali looking for an ace, queen or 8.
And it's a 4. So Ben up to 364. Ali trying to win it in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, getting in the mix, Ali, early doors. And just like that, it's gone from coming into the FT, I think 3rd in chips to 9th in chips straight away. So not the sharpest start for Ali at the FT. Ali's in again from the button. King Jack of clubs for deal with the Jack 10 offsuit, and the big won't be calling off it. Passes.
So final table of the mystery bounty. We're down to 9. Folding round in turn until we get to Ali, who says I'm all in. Queen 3
In again.
What is this? Is it double parked or something?
He's in again.
He is on fire. He's at it. He's like, get me in. You want to gamble? Let's gamble.
Owen with the queens this time. Ray's not all in. Ali with 4s from the hijack. This is going to be a determinant of Ali's mindset now at this FT tower, because Owen has been snug as anything. He's played one hand so far, it was kings. Couple of questionable spots for Ali so far, but just taking it as a call with the 4s. Folding round, Martin out of the way in the small blind. Martin really has had the absolute end of the distribution here at this FT so far. Phil hasn't had a hand. Phil folds a 4.
Yep, brings the 9-4. So less equity for Ali. The suits are covered.
Go heads up to a flop. 1-4 left in the deck.
There is a flop there.
Yeah.
But we can't see at the minute.
One that Owen feels pretty content to be betting 75k into, so Ali gets out of the way.
It's King, Jack, 3, flop, 2 spades.
Yeah, I'm not sure about 75k on that flop, but as a sizing, but either way, gets the job done, does Owen. Climbs to 4th in chips at this table. Jacob, we haven't seen too much of either. Certainly seen a bit of Weidang get his treble up early on in proceedings. 9 players remaining from the 138 that entered the Mystery Bounty tournament here in Portsmouth, part of the Grosvenor Summer Festival.
Yep, good to be down here when the sun is shining.
Ben with ace-7 of diamonds from gun, also folds. Leading with the 5s. We go either way with this. Off this stack depth, I think we'll come for an open is fine. Queen 5 of clubs in the big blind. I expect to see this get defended, and does opt to make the call. So we're going heads up.
Ace Jack 4, 5 so Weidang.
Yeah, I'd expect to see Weidang continue here a decent amount of the time. It's going to be our board a lot of the time. Something around 30k should get enough of the job done.
Attention, all players registered into the high roller.
33k.
Will be starting in just a few minutes.
Just going to fold that one out there. So chip counts on the screen there. Big stack at the table. 38 bigs. Jacob, Brian. Still north of 600k despite losing that one. Weidang just closing the gap, and you might have heard the announcement in the card room behind us. The high roller is kicking off, so we've had enough players in club registered for that to get that one going. So good luck to everybody participating in that one.
Keep your eye on the high roller. Won't be the biggest field. We know there's plenty of people in Vegas, but hopefully people still come down to Portsmouth for the high roller. Do we know why Portsmouth has NPL points for the Summerfest, but Walsall doesn't?
Is there a Summerfest at Walsall?
That I don't actually know. I didn't know what was on at Walsall. What event is it, Guff?
If it's a local initiative, Summerfest kind of comp, that might be why, but I don't seem to recall seeing a Walsall NPL event, so Tower's going to do some digging for you, Gov. And we're just going to cover this one for deal, all in with the ace-6 from the hijack. And distribution's quite condensed, just 20 bigs between 1st and 9th on this FT. Shortest stack 16 blinds. This is going to be... There's going to come a point at this FT, guys, where there is going to be a lot of bounties in play very quickly with this distribution. To pop the cork at some point on what has been relatively quiet final table so far, but things can change very quickly in poker, as we all know. Owen under the gun, 9-3 of hearts. Folds there, Ali. +1. Quite picked up his cards on this one, but would expect to see higher up in the range if we're VP for +1 here for ring.
In the high roller, stacks will.
I love that. If you don't know what to do, just put it all in. The Gus Hansen. I have 200.
Yeah, so 16 bigs for Ali here into the middle from +1. Don't get to see what holding we're doing this with, but Jacob on the button here with 5s. Don't think we're going to see him call this one off based on what we've seen so far. Solid player, Jacob. I don't think we're going to be seeing him pay off here at all. Just no real need to break that one down. Ben with 4s in the small blind. Same logic applied here to Jacob on the button with the 5s. And waiting ace-10 of diamonds here in the big blind, and just get that turn up of the corner of the smile of his mouth. A wry smile as he does a bit of math on the calculations here, but playing for a bounty as well, this could be tempting. Ace-10 not typically going to perform too well against the range of hands that gets 16 blinds in here from +1, but we've seen Ali getting quite lively. So far, and although we haven't picked up cards on this occasion, I would not be surprised to see Wading make the call here based on what we've seen from Ali over the last couple of orbits in particular. Playing for bounty EV as well. It's very close. I mean, ace queen, we're going to be happy to call this off. It's just we have seen some slightly wild stuff really, and ultimately he got his treble up Wading with Ali being involved in the hand when called his all in off with the ace-8 offsuit. So I think he'll have thought that that's really close. Ali shows him his hand. Definitely 2 picture cards in there. Missed it on the graphic. Didn't quite catch it as he flipped them over. It looked like a pair, but could have been king queen. Right, Gov says, so Walsall has a Summerfest next week, which is the same as the other mini-fests. The main is still £250, match the 2550 comp, which comes with MPL points, but has no advertised points for any events.
Trying to get to the bottom of it, young man. Trying to get to the bottom of it. We know that Portsmouth events have NPL points.
Or is it a mini-fest? If it is a mini-fest itself.
No, it's a Summerfest, exactly the same.
Oh, is it?
Starts
Okay.
next week. It's on the app next week. Summerfest in Walsall. You go onto the app, and the Summerfest, the satellite's going on this week, and then the Summerfest starts on the Tuesday.
Here we go, Tower. Ricky's found the aces. Ali's got the 9s, gun, and just relentless all-ins in the last
look at the
orbit
stacks
from Ali.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ali actually covers Ricky marginally here, so we can find that emergency 9 somewhere. Owen's got 10s in the big blind. What is going on?
Wow.
What is going on? Both these guys playing for 2 bounties here. I mean, Owen knows that Ali could be up to all sorts here after we've seen it for the last orbit. He does not have to be as strong as 9s here. But just chatting a little bit. Won't be saying anything too out of line, but the alarm bell should be ringing here from Ricky. I mean, Ricky's played relatively snug at this final table so far. I don't think we've seen him be involved in any pots, but look, body language here. Owen looks like he's going to lay this down, gets out the way.
Well done,
Owen out the way. Ricky stands up.
Yep. Well done.
Ali with a calm sip of his drink. Why are you standing up, he says.
Yeah.
You got the aces. You got the aces against the 9s. What more would you like?
Why is Ricky leaving the table?
It's a spot for Ricky.
He's got the suits covered. He's got aces. There's been a 9 folded.
Aces. He's got the aces. Yeah, him. Yeah, him here. He's got the aces.
Him who's out the door. Him who's looking for the number 38 bus. He's got the best hand.
You just love it when your mates do that. Come stand in front of the camera. Yeah, we've got the aces, boys.
Yeah.
Here we go. King 7 deuce rainbow. No help there. Ali with 1-9 remaining. Or he is going to be
good fall with the 10s.
Crippled. Ali down to a third of a big blind. Ooh. Anti-plays, but wow. Just like that, Ricky Reed, 662k, 40 bigs.
So Ali down to 1 chip. And he's on the big blind. What's he got? 5k?
Yeah.
So is that the ante?
Well, I thought Ante played.
Ante plays, doesn't he?
But he's got 5k in front of him here as if it's the big blind.
But surely if he does win the hand, can he win the antes?
Well, he is the ante, isn't he? I mean...
I don't. This is the bit I don't understand. What? I don't...
Well, how about this? Just wait for ace-king when you got 5k left, but Ricky's going to go for the Arsenal for Deal's got ace-king as well. I don't think there's any need for this from Ricky with the 6-5 of hearts.
So if he's on the big blind, there's no ante. That makes sense. Because you have to put a big blind in, surely. But obviously can't cover the big blind, so he's got 5k of it in. So I'm guessing... I call. Ali says I call. He's all in for 5. So... So what can Ali win if he actually wins it?
15k, surely.
15?
Surely 15k.
5, 10, 15, because there's 3 in the hand.
Oh, Ricky now. Surely we're not calling off.
Get him in the bin, Ricky. He's counting it out for his mates. He's not calling this. Yes, there's a 2.5k bounty, but 6-5?
Apocalypse, that's what I think, but yeah, just going to let it see how this one pans out. We'll find out afterwards. Calls it off
Whoa.
with 6-5. Ricky getting after the bounties to the extreme and somehow finds himself all in with 6 high and 40% equity 3 ways.
This is a
There
weird
we go. Versus Ace King and Ace King.
So if the Ace King survives...
This is like the dream. If you're going to get it in here, Tower, this is the spot you want to get it in with. Obviously, both players have each other's outs covered. We're never going to have the best hand getting in against 6 high when we're playing for bounties as well. Legend.
Easy order, not.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Ace King 9 is just deaded the 6-5.
Well, we say deaded. Yeah, deaded. Deaded now. Ricky went for both the bounties, but with 2.5k in play as well. Well, boat's up there on the end.
So Ali boat's up for his 5k. So now Ali's going to chop it. So he's not even going to get the full lot. So Ricky doubles up Fidel, who's up to 500,000. Yeah, 2 bounties there would have been a big chance of getting the 2.5k. I think ROI, that was a good call.
Or the 1k.
Yeah, you got the 1k as well.
I think that's what Ricky's explaining now. It's just like, if I hit, boys, I get the 2 bounties. I see his logic. Just... Jake still chip leading. Waiting. Owen and Phil all with north of 30 bigs.
So still loads of chips.
Yeah, the other thing with our hand there as well, Tower, is that when we do have 6-5 of hearts there specifically, we're going to very rarely have our opponents with removal to our combination as well. It's not too much 5x, 6x can be played in that manner, but look at this for action here. Ali's all in the small blind with a 10 deuce.
So he's
and
got
mandatory
10,000.
getting. Yeah, he gets 10 because he carved up the last one, didn't he? So,
Yeah, of course, so it would have been 20 if he'd have won it.
Yeah.
Got you.
So Ali's all in with the 10 deuce, and then in formation for deals, just ripped the Queen 9 clubs.
Phil's.
Is that right? 25 bigs, Queen 9 of clubs from gun.
Well, we're in.
They are in. Martin.
Well, he knows Ali's in, you see, that's the thing.
Yeah, but even so, we're going full ring now. I think that's really rough for Phil. It's ace 10 there. Ricky's got ace 10 now as well. Well, if
there's some tough spots here.
I do actually think there's some logic here. The 5-6 of hearts is a better get in than the ace 10. We're just going to be dominated more often, I think, with ace 10. Particularly only in the big blind, haven't VPIpped to this stage, but somehow we are going for a big three-way spot, and this is a really tidy spot for Martin here, who hasn't found.
It's not bad for Ali. He's got 2 lives.
Well, yeah, it's not bad for Ali. You're right, Tower. You are right.
Come on, Ali. Can he spin? Can he do the spin?
What a spot for Martin. 50% equity, 3 ways. Ace Queen against Queen 9 for the majority of it.
Jack 6-4, 1 club.
Yeah, just 2 9s for Fadil in this main pot. Oh my!
Whoa!
word.
Is
Yeah,
it the 9? Is this going to be a double? Oh, is it going to be a double? Yes, it is. Oh! Martin gets very, very unlucky. Ali has just hit the 2 but out. And just like that, Fadil takes out 2. Pull the bounties out, sir, and pull them on the stream.
That is grim. That is so brutal. Martin, then we dodged the not much for sweat on the flop with the Queen 9 of clubs, but it's going for 2 of them.
Tell him there's a camera there, Joe. There we go, Joe. There we go,
That's
Joe.
the one, buddy.
Cheers, Joe. That camera up there.
See,
Come on,
see that
son.
one up there? Here we go.
Show us what
Well
it
done,
is.
Joey. Let's have a look.
Deal him in.
Oh.
Joe will show us 200.
£200.
200. His hand's not dead. And 500. Thank you very much. Cheers, Joe. Perfect from Joe. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and what are the payouts, Tower, at the moment?
Fadil didn't want to show him the hand then. Yeah, we just got 380 for Ali, 430 for Martin. So the next out 500.
And that's just the power of the bounties that we're looking to just sort of emphasise there. With Fadil pulling £700 there in additional money, prize money to be won, he's going to have to finish north of 4th place at this FT.
Yes.
To get £700 jump over where they are at the minute, just based on the payout structure. So the real emphasis is on the bounties. Kev said it in the chat not too long back, but he's spot on. The pay jump is low, and at that point it's just about trying to pull that 2.5k, 1k combo. So Ben all in here with the ace 10, Owen with the ace queen now. The Razor said it's the demon hand, but this is clean as you like now. I think it's Owen, we have to be all in now, Tower. Does go for it. Ricky out the way. Just depends for deal. Fancy 2 more bounties? What's he got in the hole? The Queen 9 again, just asking for counts, I think.
So yet again, here we go. Fadil. Can I get another 2? Amazing.
Okay, now he's just looking at the payouts.
I think it's the same hands. Ace, Queen, Queen 9.
I think this would be right. We're going to have to find that Super 9 of diamonds again if we make the call here, but
We had Queen 9 last time.
Queen 9 of clubs last time, but we open ripped that one ourselves, and
Yeah.
that was sort of like we got ourselves into the situation.
How weird.
This one here calling off feels rough.
He's just won 2 bounties with Queen 9 against Ace Queen and 10 deuce or whatever it was.
I'm pretty pleased to see the Ace Queen, that we would have been in a dominated spot, but Ben, little eyebrow raise, recognising we're going to need to be quite fortuitous to get out of this one. Owen, edge of the seat, 5 cards away from a really nice stack now at this FT, Owen. Ace-high flop, good so far. Just got to dodge 2 10s twice for a 700k stack, 4 of spades on the turn.
Dodging a 10. And does. Nice double and 717. And Ben, eliminated. Owen Lock is going to pull a bounty. And who was rooting for? Was it Lorna that was rooting for?
Yeah, Mr. Lock.
Here we go.
How much can we lock up here, sir?
Yes. Give us a biggie, he says. Go on, Lorna. What are you wishing for? There's a bounty.
Here we go. Stands up.
Here we go.
Owen's been asked to make sure he shows the camera.
Here we go. What is it?
What is it?
200.
200. They're still in there. They are still in there. The big ones are still there.
Another
yes, Joe,
200.
we'd like to see that. Gives the camera a little flash on the way past.
Cheers, Joe. Got it spot on.
So then there was 6, just like that. Jacob makes 7 here, suited 6-handed gun. This is definitely not going forward now, surely. Deciding now that we're going to start opening now. So 40k. 2 big open. Should get us a decent respect here. Well, for deal, ace queen in the small blind. Are we playing this as a rip? Or are we playing this as a 3-bet? Looks like we're going to go for... It has announced all in. Jake not going to be calling off. Phil certainly not with the Jack 4 offsuit. For deal with 46 bigs. We saw him earlier on put a clinic on with regard to aggression. Now he's got the chip lead. I would expect nothing else but a repeat of what we saw earlier.
Lorna says, come on, £200. What was that?
So Ricky cut off, raising up the ace-8 of spades. Don't mind this at all. Phil with 4s in the small blind. We might see him let this one go. Does look like he was going to... I thought he was going to reach for that column of yellows there and slide them in, but it's a tough one. It's a close one.
Falls. I see a flop. I see a flop. 22 bigs. the way we've got the chips. Oh no,
Goes
all
for
of
the
it.
all
Says.
in.
All of it.
Goes for it. Jacob out the way.
Isn't it, Ricky?
Tough to call off.
It is.
Tough to call off because Phil's been snug at this table as well, generally. I mean, he's played well, but he hasn't really had too much to go with, and at this point, just taking it, decides that he's going to go for it. He said he had a pair. And Ricky begrudgingly passes the ace-8 of spades. Folded round to Jake here in the small blind with the 5-4. Going to complete. Oh no, raise. I like this more than completing, that's for sure. Waiting, just gets out of the way. Jake is going to pick one up there. Nine-7 of clubs, 6-5 of clubs. 9-7 in the bin for Ricky, but for Dio opening the 6-5 now with the chip lead. Phil drops off the Queen Jack. Jacob going to get out of the way with the Jack 5. Wayne won't be defending the Jack 6. Owen won't be defending the 8-4 from the big.
Each bounty worth on average 750 now. Worth it, a lot of money, considering next out's 500. It'll come into the equations of gambling.
What does she win that of? 50p spent? 14 quid or 50p spent? Oh, that's good, isn't it?
So 6 left. Ben Skinner out in 7th, Martin Malone in 8th, and Alex Sarkashik in 9th. So 6 left, blinds 10, 20, 30-minute clock. We're on the Hunt for the champion of the mystery bounty.
10s here for Owen on the button. Clean one, and we're going to have to call if shoved on here from Fadil. 5-4 of spades. At least going to be seeing a flop. Let's make the call. Owen made it 80k, 4 bigs from the button. 9-6-4. I think it's be sizing dependent here as to what route we choose to take as for deal, and that looks like 130, so almost 2/3, and it's just whether or not we think Owen's going to be betting ace king, ace queen here. He's going to make the call with bottom pair.
Oi.
Be interesting if like 7-8 rolled off. Well, that's a spicy one. That's a spicy one. I wonder if for deal. I wonder if we see a check back here from Owen to leave the door wide open for the river. Yeah, it does mix in a check back, so we're going to go to a river here. King of clubs on the end, completes the front door flush as well. And Fadil goes for it. Wow. Love it. This is so good. Recognising that we're going to have 9s and front door flush gets there when... Oh, it's just so good. Owen in a world of pain now.
Yeah, and he folded 10s as well, where they could have been on the way out.
And the thing is, like, when we call that kind of sizing on the flop, our range is kind of defined to, we're going to have some 9x that's defended from the big blind. We're going to have flush draws, and we lose to both of them now. We could have the sets. Well, the sets might be back putting us in pre-flop, but it's really hard to assign many bluffs here. 7-8. 7-8 might decide to check raise some flops. It's just hard to assign bluffs. I love this one for deal.
Tough spot indeed. All flushes get there, all 9s get there.
I just don't see how we can call now. What do we beat?
Do we check call?
Do
we check call ace king, king, queen?
But when we have ace king in range as Owen, and we can have ace king in range there, but when we have ace king in range there as Owen and we still get jammed on, is he going to windmill it? Yes, he is going to windmill it.
He is indeed.
Shows him that he made the bottom fold.
Chip leader shows him the pain.
I must say, that is that's a clean one, that. Really nice hand from Fadil.
Tough spot he was in. Tough spot. Tough spot.
Tough one for Owen, that, but I would say of most of the players at the table, we see Jake and Phil pretty composed the whole way through. Owen's looked pretty composed, and back into to get back on course pretty quickly, but just find it really hard to call there on the river with 10s. I see what you mean, Kev, about would he jam the nuts. I think he can jam the nuts a lot there, but he's going to jam a lot of flushes that we have there. That, you know, if we don't have ace of clubs, and it's going to be hard for us to have ace of clubs just calling out the big blind. I think with that chip distribution the way it is, there's going to be a lot of free betting some ace x combos pre-flop. So just as played the whole way through, just really like it. And I imagine we're going to see some double barreling and some flush draw combos as well on the turn as Owen. Yeah, you're right. Tens does only beat a bluff, and I just don't know there's too many bluffs. So when we only beat a bluff and there's not a lot of bluffs, I think you're right in what you're saying.
Fadil putting the pressure on the buttons as all of it. Oh, Mr. Baker.
What have we got here? What have we got here? We have got mandatory get in now as Phil.
For 26.
Yeah, against button here, the chip lead. Although Jake has got a stack behind. Maybe it's closer than I think actually. I don't think we're going to see him fold. Does go for it. And this is going to be a colossal pot.
Can we beat the immovable force?
Here we go, Ace Queen 10-9.
1.1 million chips in the pot.
Does Mr. Baker survive?
This is a huge one for Phil. Wow. 10 on the flop. But Phil picks up Jacks as outs as well.
Jacks as outs!
Jacks
There it
as
is!
outs as well. Jackpot for Philly.
Boom, the Jack.
Fill your boots, son. Mr. Baker's in the chip lead.
Boom. Look at that smile now. There nearly wasn't a smile. Oh. Jack on the turn changes everything for Mr. Baker.
Well, we hadn't seen him too involved in many pots of this FT, but if there was going to be one to be involved in, that is it. Takes a curious look round at the screen to assess the size of the stack he's about to be dragging in, and Phil Baker with the chip lead, 6 remaining, almost 2-1 chip lead, getting there or thereabouts. And this guy is going to know how to flex this stack as well. To be fair to Fadil, we've seen him really get after it with the big stack, and 10-9-0 is probably in there, but against these guys in the blinds, don't know. Phil with a castle of chips now to get to work with. I think so, Kev. Just one of those. It might just be a case of getting after it a bit too much as Fadil with the 10-9 there, particularly against Phil and Jake in the blinds. I mean, it's going to be a tough combination. I don't know if there's a tougher combo of blind configuration at this table to get through. These guys are going to be playing very well range-wise. Fadil opens cut off. Ace 10, Phil calls the button with 8-7. Waiting in the big blind, makes the fold.
Flop time. Queen eye flop, Queen 9-5. Not shot for Phil. Any middling cards will be nice.
Yeah, and a flop that's generally going to interact pretty well on a button calling range, but Phil pretty happy to check back once Fadil at least recognises this might not be the best one to continue on. How about that? The old 6 on the turn for Phil. Check. I imagine we are going to start betting now as Phil. Going for a small bet here. 45k, or there or thereabouts. Right, size it up a bit because it's just north of half pot, 70k. Fadil just going to call that. This is probably just one we want to drop off now to our board that is going to interact well with that button calling range, and Phil just loving life now. If an ace comes on the river here, I mean, it's carnage. It's offsuit 3.
Chip leader getting chips.
Love over bet now. How do we make our hand look bluffy, I guess, as Phil? What are we targeting? Now, what would we do here if we had Jack 10 with miss, with trying to fold out some one pair hands? Load up the clip, Mr. Baker. That is a chunky one.
Is that
I really
by
like
any
it.
chance?
I really like it. It's going to be close to full pot.
Yeah.
Does let it go, but well constructed. Bet there from Phil on the end. Going to get the job done, and the chip lead grows.
Very nice.
The
indeed.
chip lead does grow. Look at that as well, taking them off the deal as well.
Lines up. This hand. Go
Extends.
10-25.
Extends 38 line lead. Alright, so what are the chip distributions looking like behind us? Because Phil's not going to be far off being able to just open
Everything.
open all in soon. Well, he's going to open the deck anyway now, particularly when folded 2 in the cutoff. I mean, Jake going to get out of the way. Widing here in the small blind, pocket 9s. I think this is just a jam now, Phil. That's,
Nines for Weedang.
yeah. Just count down. Don't think we could be doing anything else here other than finding the jam. Phil's going to be opening the deck. Quite sure. Just checks back, make sure he has got the 9s. Cool.
Yep. Like the call.
Not sure about
I
that.
suppose with the 9s and owing to Ike behind him, maybe just wants to see a flop.
I think I'll be getting my 9s in there every day of the week.
Well, I bet he wishes he had now. I bet he wishes he had now.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, interesting one now is Phil, because when we're trying to identify a range here that calls from the small blind, I think this is usually one that we can continue on and get some folds out of some king-queen suited, king-jack suited, all those kind of suited Broadway combos, any kind of middle in pairs that obviously we can see that Weeding is absolutely not folding in the month of Sundays here, but it's going to be one that I don't mind continue on here. 9-4 deuce rainbow. And if we called pre, we've got a call now. Definitely no room for a raise here, sir. Well, like this.
Turns an ace or even a 10 could get really juicy.
I think ace is one where we get more chips in. 10 maybe, I think it looks like a picture card actually.
Yeah, there's a jack of diamonds.
And I think
Can we
as
check
played
again?
on the flop, we're probably going to see check here on this card.
Love it from Weedang.
nice check back from Phil there. Jack just going to be a card that interacts well with this small blind call-in range, and we're just going to take, if we've got a little bit of showdown in here, we're going to take it now. Going to be difficult to peel too much worse from that kind of depth. 8 of hearts on the end. I think it's just going to go bet fold now.
Yeah, the problem is we're going to have to, we are going to bet on the river, so it's going to go check call, check flop, check turn and lead river. It's not very often a bluff.
Yeah.
I think we just wave the white flag with ace high, which Phil Baker does.
I don't mind that hand as played at all by Phil, but I really would have been getting them 9s in as wide and Cree.
Could have been a full double.
I don't even know if Phil would have necessarily called the ace 10-0, but there's going to be a lot
think
of
he
hands.
would.
Do you reckon?
Yeah,
For the bounty?
Yeah, I think he would. I think he'd have called the
It's
ace
probably
10.
20, 25 bigs.
I think ace 10's probably on the line of just.
Yeah, I think ace jack suited we're calling, ace jack offsuit probably call it. I think ace 10-0 is close. Probably one that can go either way, but haven't really seen Wade then get 2 out of line at all. I'm pretty sure we've seen him show down one hand, which was ace king suited, so don't know whether Phil would ever really assign him ace 9 in that spot when jammed on, but as you say, Tower, the added value of the average bounty price now just going up with those big ones still in play. Wow, Jake really has not had a hand at this FT. It is a show of discipline so far from him. We haven't picked up Phil's hole cards on this occasion. Just going to get a raise through. So 6 players left in the mystery bounty on day 2 in Portsmouth, and here
Rest of the fest.
The rest of the festival.
Rest of the fest. The mystery. The high roller has started. We know it's a small field, but it has started and can only get bigger. So well done, one and all. Few in the satellite for the high roller as well, so they'll be in it. The high roller has started. Main event starting at 4 tomorrow. If the high roller goes to a day 2, we will be streaming that. If not, we will do the main event day 1B on the Friday, and then day 1D on the Saturday, as always, on the 12 o'clock start. Oh, we might come in late. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow. We'll see what happens. No, I think we'll do the 12 o'clock flight if the high roller doesn't make a day 2, but it should do, because you can still buy into day 2. So that will probably definitely be on. And then obviously crowning the champion of the main event. Don't forget 100,000 guarantee for the main event for a 340 buy-in. It's a juicy one, is the big one.
It's going to be a good one. And I know the numbers haven't exactly been outstanding so far, but that main event is going to crush it, I'm convinced. Alright, so how's action formed here? Phil opening, as he should, ace 8 from gun. Wayne just calling cut off with the king jack, and Fadil recognising this is his spot now with the 9s. I don't think Wade gets to do too much calling here with king jack O. Second in chips. Chip leader opens from gun. Much is for Phil Parsons and Wade ain't going to save a bit of face here. I don't think we're going to see him call there. This would be ambitious.
Ambitious, I like it. It's for the bounty.
It's for a bounty, but how often do we really think Fadil is going to be squeeze jamming the big blind after it's gone open from chip leader from gun, flat off from this kind of position with worse than King Jack? Not very often, I don't think so.
One in 6 chance of pulling $2.5 grand.
We've got to get there first.
That's true.
We have got to get there first.
That's true.
And actually, this is probably like the best case scenario we're going to find ourselves with. That's a call. Well, here we go.
He has made the call.
An unorthodox flip, to say the least.
Yeah.
But obviously, Phil's reaction here when we fired off the King Jack. Yeah, fair enough.
That's as good as he could have seen. Overs.
Yeah, Wade ain't pretty happy with this.
Yeah. Overs for Weedang.
If Fadil wins this one, he's going to be right back up there with 1 million chips. Went really down south, didn't think 100k, 150k after he lost that big one to Phil.
Ricky's just said, is this the same hand?
Queen 10-8, 2 spades, up and down now for Weedang. Aces, kings and nines working.
6 on the turn.
So Fadil is a 4-1 favourite to have 1 million chips again. Just like that.
No! The case 9! Wow. Brings us straight. Oh no! We rivered a set. It wasn't what we wanted to see. Wow! Fadil Isofi out for 600 plus all his bounties. That was a grim one.
That is, yeah.
Is it going to work? 1 of 6 for getting the bounty.
The way poker, this is just going to be the 2.5k. It just has to be. After the way that hand unfolded, this is going to be the 2.5 bag.
The end one. What's it going to be? Is it worth it? The King Jack. What have we got here? It's on the table.
Oh, dealer, no! Dealer, get out of the way!
Get out of the way! Joel shows.
Jacob's happy, so it must still be in there.
500. Cheers, Joe. 500 for the King Jack.
Still in there. Weiding now with 1.2 million in chips, takes the chip lead and just goes for Ito versus Jacobs Open. Folds through.
Go on, Philly boys, this is Jax. Watching on Facebook. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Portsmouth's Summerfest.
Yeah, and some heavy distribution now in favour of Phil and Weiding. Breaking away from the chasing pack a little bit. Head looks shiny there. There are certainly some shiny heads in Portsmouth this week. We had Scarborough Les on the PLOFT.
Oh, he takes it all in his stride.
He does. He's a good lad, Les. He's a good lad. But Phil, Owen's got something to say about it as well. It's a fair old shine there. Oh dear. Back to the poker, Phil with King Deuce in the small blind. Just going to set Jake in here in the big. King 6 off. I think this might be a call here. King in the big versus basically a deck open from the small. Maybe not. He'd certainly make an argument for it, wouldn't he, Jax? Oh, here we go. Kiwis in the chat. King of the shinies.
Oi.
Maybe the kiwi fruit has got the shiniest blades. Maybe that's the, maybe the kiwi fruit raises everybody in the field. Owen, King 10 under the gun. Playing 397, 16 bigs. Decides he's going to take that one for a jam. Ricky not going to get involved in the cut-off. Phil with ace 10 on the button. Going to get a count here, but I think we're going to see him make the call. Or at least ISO. Bounty average value now still so high with those two big bounties still in play. I just think we're going to see him spin this one.
We'll make the call. There we go.
Yeah, just goes for the ISO jam, and Jake behind 6-4, going to get out of the way. Wiedeng with ace 9 in the big, so that would have called if Phil hadn't have found the jam, but whips over the ace 10, and Owen going to see the immediate bad news.
Yep.
We are not in great shape.
Biggest bounty left is 2,500.
We still have 30% equity. Spades working for us as well as the immediate outs of the king, but 5 players will become 4 unless Owen can find some help here. Gonna see 5. We'll start with 3.
No help for Owen.
Just a couple of backdoor draws to accompany those 3 clean kings.
The final table, the grand final in the first season of the GUKPT, and he's still loving the game.
Wow.
But would love to see a king. And it's not, it's a 3, so Phil Baker takes out Owen Locke. Well played, Owen. Great effort, sir. But Phil Baker has gone straight over to the tickets.
Give me my 2.5.
He's not, he's beat it out for him. I love it.
Oh my goodness, he's got to give him a percent if he finds it now. Come on, Phil.
No way. He's even picked it out. Owen Locke has picked it out. Is it the biggie?
Masterful sweat. What is it?
200.
200. It's still there. It's still there.
It's still there.
That is insane. That is insane. How are they both still there? Yeah, GG to Owen. I enjoyed watching Owen play. Pretty disciplined on the FT today. Really put in that tough spot both to deal with the pocket 10s. Made a couple of clean passes. Tried to pick his spots. Unfortunate to run into it there, but GG to him. A good run nonetheless. 5th place finisher. Takes home £750 plus any claimed bounties over the course of the day. Phil firmly into deck opening territory here with the 7-3 offsuit, and Jake firmly into get the chips in territory with the pocket 10s. Well, Ricky's got ace king in the big blind. I mean, this is going to go all in and then
Flippity flip.
Phil's going to be getting at such a spot here.
Oh, look at this!
2 players all in. He's got to find the call now with any 2. And he's pretty much got the any 2.
He's just said I might have to call.
He literally has to call.
He's just said I might have to call.
The value of the bounties is so significant at this point, average bounty value. And if he were to call and Jake's 10s were to realise and hold up, Jake's going to have a great opportunity here to find a pull at a bounty as well. Ricky's got ace king. This is a great spot for him to potentially treble back in. This is the hand four-handed, guys. This could be a tournament defining hand. There's literally opportunity here for $3.5 grand of equivalent equity here for Phil, which is more than first.
They're going in.
We just have to call. It's just.
So Ricky's all in for 184.
It's
395 total.
It's so
for
annoying
Jake.
that we've chosen the 7-3 offsuit for the open in the first place, but we're opening the deck. We've now got 2 bounties.
He's told everybody he's got 7 high, and he's not lying. Turns over 7-3.
Yeah, spot this for Jake.
Jake with the 10s. Ricky's round the table yet again.
Yeah. Bit more reasonable for Ricky to be around the table this time around. We haven't got the aces against 9s or whatever it was earlier, but
Ricky's gone round the left-hand side of the table. Is it a different flop on that side? He's been up and down, I tell you. Oh, well, Ricky.
Here we go. Here we go then. 10s v ace king be 7-3 offsuit for Phil's shot at. I mean, he's literally got. Had to call. Still has 1.2 million in chips after this, no matter what happens. Like,
Queen, 3 deuce. No diamonds in play, but the 3.
Flop to 3.
Phil's flopped to 3. Oh man, 7s and 3s, extra outs.
Right, 6
for
on the
Phil
turn.
Baker to knock out 2.
72% now for Jake, freeway here on this river.
If it's a 7 or a 3, we're down to 2. Oh, it's not. It's an 8. 4th
Jake
diamond.
holds.
Nobody's got a diamond.
How about that, Mr. Bryant? Get yourself an envelope, son.
God. Jake Bryant gets himself an envelope.
Big double fist bump there.
Winner of the high roller last event we were at in Portsmouth.
Yeah, GG to Ricky.
Well played, Ricky. He says, go on, do you want to pick it? Pull him the biggie. There we go. He's picked it out.
Here we go. Here we go then.
He's picked it out. Chips out. Give him 20 seconds, dealer. Give him 20 seconds. Let him pull the bounty. Here we go.
What's he pulled there? I don't think
I
it's the
think
turn
he's
off.
pulled him the biggie. Oh, 800. He's
No,
still in. He's still there.
800 and a 1k, he's still in. Free-handed.
So there's 2.5, 1k and 500 left. With 3 players left. The big one is still there.
Yeah, you're guaranteed 2 buy-ins in a bounty payout now. If you knock someone out, the incentive is there for all of these guys now.
Pull out the bounty, you've got 5 bullets in the eye roller. Why not? I don't see why not. I think it's a great idea. Absolutely. King, queen for Jake. Heading to the break, by the way, 7 minutes.
Here we go then. Three-handed play commences, and Wading on the button. 3-bet in the 8-5 suited after Jake had the king-queen from gun. Not going to be folding this Jacob here. One that we might see him just send, but I do think we'll probably just see him call. Try and realise our hand plays pretty well post, and if we do send and get called, we're never ahead, so. Can get on board with this. Heads up to a flop.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 9-4.
Yeah, that we want to see as Jake check it over to our opponent. Love to see size independent. Flat, any potential c-bets here.
Last 5 minutes of the session. And then a 15-minute break.
110k from Wading. Definitely play cool here as Jake. Love this. Interesting on like a 6 or a 7 if Wading could find. The pot's growing quite nicely already. Well,
there's the green
one here.
Check mark for Jake.
Yes, expect you're going to see this one. Check here a decent amount of the time. The hands that Jake's going to be opening and then calling 3-bets from this kind are going to be quite queen dense when we call the flop here. Can have some heart combos for sure, but we do only have 8 highs waiting. If we're checking here, we are waving the white flag in this hand, and we can see with the card face up that would be an advisable route for him to take. Still got a million chips, sir. Well, the stairs is stacked down. Does craft out of a bet. Again, would just be flat in here as Jake. If our opponent ever does have his Jack of Hearts, his King of Hearts, we want to try and keep those firing, but very unlikely we're going to be up against the single queen remaining in the deck. See what the river brings.
No draws at all. You just need an inkling, something.
Jack of Spades, not a good one for Wading to bluff either, I don't think. Any Jack X we've got probably wants to take showdown rather than getting more value. Our opponent can just have like Jack 10 of hearts or something, or some of these heart combos from time to time that contain a Jack. If Jake's going to go block here, just goes for the lot.
Yeah, it's not fold. Should get one more hand in.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a smaller size we can take there on the river as Jake for some kind of induce, but don't mind that at all. Then going to come drop off Wading's ticket for a bounty.
Here we go. There's his bonus. 3 bounties left, £2,500, £1,000, 500. That is what is left. Last hand of the session. Last hand of the session, and then we will return with 3 players left unless something like carnage happens in this one. Yeah, Jake's been heads up here before, and it lasted forever.
Ben says Jacob's good heads up, he reckons. Having played a 3-hour heads up match with him last time, yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoyed that heads up a lot.
Yeah, it was
high
a
roller heads up. Ben and
superb
Jake,
battle.
really good scrap.
It was a super battle. If we don't think about it, we'll get one more hand in.
We'll fill out the way. Jake in the small blind, 10-7. Oh no, Jake in the big blind, sorry.
No, we're going to get one more hand in. 10 seconds left.
Okay, we are getting one more in.
Yeah.
There's your breakdown for when we come back, assuming nothing crazy happens in the next one.
So, break time. Dealing when the clock is already on. Oh, I thought there was a break. Okay. I was pretty sure there was a break. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
I thought there was a break.
That's alright, it's okay with us. On we go. King
On we
Deuce of
go.
clubs on the button for Phil. You can have a break if you want.
No, I just thought the clock was. I thought the break was at the end of this level.
Maybe the players decide to
Obviously
bump the
not. We don't need breaks. We don't do breaks. We just crack on us.
break. Don't do breaks. We definitely do breaks from
Not
time
like
to
malarkey.
time.
We don't do breaks at all. We just crack on. Ace 4, 3, flop.
Yeah, I think this is a nice one for Phil to continue. King Deuce of clubs seems a nice combo. We've got wheel outs, backdoor club outs, obviously. Range advantage from raising pre and late side board. Board that's going to interact reasonably with Wade Ingham. We might start find some raises in here. I suspect we're going to see call, but 4 of clubs working with us as well. Does decide to just call. 6 of spades on the turn. Card that's probably going to favour Wading more than Phil. And asking ourselves as Phil, do we want to continue here? Decides to slow down, check it back. 4 of diamonds on the river. And I expect it's just going to go bet. Bet fold here. Does get out the way. So 56 plays 42, plays 40.
Nice, nice, nice. Well done to the final 3. All looking up nice chunks, but not only that, the big bounty of 2,500 is still available.
And the second place bounty of 1,000. So
2,500, 1,500.
4k in average, well, 4k in total bounty value, obviously. 1.3k average value. Mr. JG Poker and Mitch walking past the booth on their way to enter the high roller.
Like it.
5s here, waving small blind. And coming in for a raise.
We're down with the 5s. Raises to 90. Oh, ace 10. He loves the ace 10. Did it a few times today, Phil. Phil with the ace 10. Can we 3-bet?
Quite certainly, yeah. Tower's got the 3-bet. I might see 3-bet and then just get in from way down. Not really ideal to proceed with a call here out of position. Particularly 5s. This is probably going to go one of 2 ways here. Either drop this one in the bin or put the lot in. Doesn't feel great getting 5s in for 40 bigs, but certainly never got the best hand when getting called. Well, certainly never dominating when getting called. But having seen a variety of lines from Weidang at this table, I honestly have no idea what we're about to see. Could go one of 2 ways. Having said that, probably might as well open the 3rd way in there. Played really mixed up well. We played some nice stuff way down at this table, but it's just a difficult spot here because we don't want to really be. We're never really too happy to get it in here and get called. And it looks like his body language suggests he's about to take the risk-averse line and just wait for a better spot. But certainly wouldn't show my 5s, but does decide to get out of the way.
Yeah, keep them close to your chest. Folding decent hands like that, they'll remember it.
3 of them. Playing high right?
No, it's not like data. I'm just going to drop the main.
Ah, sweet.
Good luck to it's the someone pulled a 2.5 there.
2.5 and a 1k still in. Yeah. So,
No break, Valerie.
yeah, I think it's a 1.
There's a break in 23 minutes. I have been informed.
Break in 23, did you say?
Yes, I have been well and truly informed that the next break is in 23 minutes.
You were well and truly informed about the last break.
I was,
apparently,
and then
buddy.
all of a sudden,
I'd question your source.
I looked at the app and realised that I was a level in front. But the end of level 23 is the official break, which is in 23 minutes' time. So 23 minutes of play, 3 left. If we get that far, we could go mad and we could finish.
Jake here with the 9-3. The small blind.
Who won it?
Payouts
So
on the screen.
3,100, 2,000 and 1,400, and the bounties that are left 2,500, 1,000 and 500. They're the players left. Final 3 of the mystery bounty.
I've only just dragged it up in the 7th round. I'll see what they say when you call, mate. We'll better hear it. That was a rich call. I got plenty of chips. I mean, I've got it.
So threes for Jake, Queen 5 on a deuce 4 flop. 20 minutes of this session to go.
Yeah, Jake decided to check this one back. I think a common mistake here. We can start just putting our money in, but going to be hard to get free streaks here. Hand's going to fall quite nicely into some showdown driven elements. We can catch some bluffs in position. Might decide to bet for some protection now, Jake. A bit of value.
So 2 of spades on the turn. 4 deuce, deuce, deuce. Call of 80 from Phil. Still with the overs. How do we play the board?
Wow. Grim run out here.
Wow, what a terrible run out for Jake.
Well, Phil's the only one before. Reduce really has played.
Gonna try. Looking down at his chips.
It's gonna have to be big, obviously, if we are gonna get after this.
Yeah. I can't see anything but call. I must admit.
Just hard.
Do a better pair on the board of 4-2-2 on the flop.
Well, we just called in position, so you've got to think that a lot of pairs are going to be doing some free betting, but I think there's going to be some 4x in there, some 4-5 suited, some ace-4, bits and pieces like that. Going to be taking flops, king 4 suited, queen 4 suited, 6-4 suited.
Yeah.
They're all in there.
Makes him get out of the way, Phil.
It's a really nice hand from Phil.
Nice hand, Phil. I thought it might have been a call from Jake, but he decided against it. 45, 43 and 28 of the beast.
I think Phil's
distribution.
Eliminated a lot of the over pairs from Jake's range with the check back from the flop, which isn't necessarily always true, but these two are going after it. Waydane just quietly going about his business on the other end of the table. Picking up the 9s in the process. Finds the triangle on this occasion, 10-7 for Phil. Folds. Jake's going to have a hand here, a real hand. That's not going to be one.
There you go, all of it. 30 big shove with the 9s. Don't even know what we're thinking about with the king 5. Should be on to the next hand already.
Don't understand why we're just open ripping though.
No, open rip for 30 bigs. Don't know myself.
Ace-9 for Phil. Pretty confidently say we won't be seeing this open ripped.
It will open though.
Yeah.
In a minute 80?
65.
65. As long as 3 yellows there for some reason.
15 and 30 with a 30k ante. Jake completing the small with the Jack-8 suited, and Waydane wins the 7 deuce. Wow. 2 pair for Jacob.
Second Phil. Yeah, second player top kicker. Could be a juicy one.
Might see this flop go check check. Decent amount of time. Yeah, it has gone check check. Well, action, potentially action killing card here with the 7 on the turn. Jake getting another check in there. Phil's got showdown value against sort of the king-queen parts of range that Jake can have here, so no real need to go too crazy with it. Jake going to go probably for some value. Well, he needs to go for some value here on the river now. Don't think we're getting checked behind with a straight on the turn, so he can take some value here, and then Phil just going to evaluate. Is Jake really going to be turning an 8 into a bluff here, 7 into a bluff? Probably not. But we do have the nut 9, and I think we might see Phil pay. Can't really begrudge him from looking up, but if he does get away from it, it'd be a tidy pass. Jake has the 10x as well, that Phil doesn't. Yeah, nice pass, Phil.
Yeah, nice fold indeed.
Honestly, played really well this final table. Played really well. Been really impressed. Nice to root for the good guys as well. Don't know too much about Wading.
Nope,
but
that is
played
true.
A mix of styles at this table so far. But Jake and Phil, two of the nicest guys I've met through poker. So we're going to have a popular winner here, no matter who goes on to take the title out of these three. Wading's had his fair amount of support in the chat box from everybody. So Jake on the button, 7-5 offsuit going into the bin. It's just ripped here again, Wading. Ace-3, Phil with a king deuce. Going to get a count. Obviously the average bounty value is insane at this point in relation to the prize payouts, but king deuce not going to be good enough on that occasion. But just open banging it in again there for 30 bigs with the ace-3. Just wants to take the decision away.
Wait says,
yeah, Connor
says plays a lot of cash in Portsmouth, does Wait. Well, he's down to the final 3 in the mystery bounty, and there's a 2,500, 1,000, and a 500. We are being told up for grabs. Ten Jack Queen flop. Nice flop for Jake. That is for sure. Phil bets. You'll put the brake on.
Yeah, Jacob not going to love this card. But probably happy to
check back.
Yeah, could have seen a bet there as well, but well, delightful river for Jacob. Well,
Phil gets a little bit tricky.
We've got a bet. We can't check our 4 high and expect to do anything really. But just difficult to be repping 2. We can have some 9x as Phil.
He's going quite big as well. So the man in just one chipped here something.
What is that, 105?
Yep, it is indeed. 120, is that 125? Or 3 chips?
5, yeah.
105.
I still think against this sizing quite raised from Jacob. We've got essentially the nuts here. Well identified, so just basically going to click it back. Snap folds quickly, but nice recognition there for Jake.
So 3 players left. 1,400 for third, 2,000 for second.
Three-handed play continues just over 10 minutes before the potential break. So Phil, Jack 10 of spades here. Continue the aggression. Jake extending a chip lead now after that last exchange between himself and Phil. Came into the day as chip leader, Jake. Chip lead has fluctuated throughout the contestants at the final table throughout proceedings, but does return to Mr. Bryant at the moment. Waiting here, Queen 8 in the big. Going to defend. Eight, 9, 5, 2 diamonds. So Phil up and down, waiting with second pair. Queen would be chaos here.
Imagine a queen on the turn.
I think
You
Phil.
just want carnage, don't you?
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
You just want carnage.
Phil will be pretty happy to continue here. Going to recognise this is going to interact pretty well with Wading, but 2 overs, up and down, chunk of equity regardless of our opponent's holding here as Phil, so just going to be happy to start going for it. Wading going to make the call.
Off to the turn. Oh, what have you done? What have you said?
Hello, Mamacita. Queen of Diamonds pops up on the turn.
What have you even done to the poor lad?
That is.
Oh my.
This just goes check, bet, shove.
Yeah,
From
of
what we've
course
seen-
it does.
From what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
There is not a world where this does not go check, bet, shove.
Wow.
Three-handed, bottom versus big blind. Wading's going to think he's hit the absolute gin card here. Admittedly, 3 diamonds on board. I get it, but there's going to be so many combos here that Phil's going to be double barreling.
Just wow.
We just want to deny equity from. Getting to called worse. This is just too good a spot now.
Are there any flush draws there that we should be worried about?
Yeah, I mean, we can have a flush, but we just elevate our hand ranking above so many of the hands that Phil's going to have opening the button here. And against his sizing, like we just call. SPR is just so low. What do we do now when we just call and the river bangs off like a 10 or a jack or any of these cards? We almost just want to be jamming 100% of the time, I think, here. And that is another thing, that if we do, in a world where we are behind here, we're not dead. It's going to be
He has announced all of it.
Phil
now
hadn't really paid too much thought process to what's going on in Phil's mind here, but this does look incredibly strong. And we beat all the 2 pairs obviously as Phil, and there are Queen 9, Queen 8 suited in there. Are there some hands like Queen 10 with a diamond, Queen Jack with a diamond? Probably. We don't block either of those with Jack 10 of spades as the exact combo, but at the end of the day, we've got a straight here playing for a bounty as well. It's just that if our opponent has a flush, we're obviously dead, but that'll be Phil's main concern here, is if Wading does end up with a flush here, we just donate off the chips, but I don't think there's anything we can do.
No, I don't think you can. I don't think he folds. I don't think he folds. Have you got the flushes? Have you got the straight? Have you got the flush? Have you nailed it? What flushes get to the turn? And he clicks it in to see the good news. Phil Baker flicks it in to see that Wideng is drawing to a queen or an 8 to survive. It was a bad turn for Wideng. Do we go heads up? Yes, we do. 6 of hearts, river, fist pumps. We're now heads up, and a bounty.
GG to Wading, but I think we may have seen some slightly unorthodox lines, but that's just some slam dunk.
So they've just announced a 15-minute break. We are on a 15-minute break.
Turned into a Dalek there.
I did, didn't I? Yeah. That's all right. On a 15-minute break. Oh, here we go.
Right.
So 15-minute break. Straight after Phil pulls the bounty. Is it a biggie? 2.5 grand a grand? I think he said 200. He said 200 or 500 left. 2,500, 1,000.
And a lower one.
With a lower one, a 200 or 500. 500. Oh! What's up that? No, that's not 2.5 grand.
Definitely not the face of a man who's pulled 2.5 grand.
That's not 2.5 grand. I think that was a 200. That is definitely not a 2.5 grand. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes with the heads up of the mystery bounty. So, sat with Jamie Nixon.
Right.
Nice to have you sat here for 10 minutes. Sponsored pro since 2021.
Yeah.
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 How did you get into poker?
It's a weird story, actually. But, I was going on a lad's holiday when I was 18, and 2 days before, I tore cruciate ligaments in my knee playing football. So obviously went on the lad's holiday on crutches,
Yeah.
which got thrown off the balcony into the pool quite quickly. So the rep realised that we couldn't really do the usual jumping in the pool and all that type of stuff,
Yeah.
so he put on a game of poker for us. And I didn't win it. It's not one of those stories where I won it and I loved it, but I really enjoyed it. And from then on, got back and started going to the £5 rebuy in Newcastle and never looked back.
Now, interestingly, your first recorded cash is like 2009 in Brighton. But I really have to ask, were you allowed in a casino in 2009?
Just about, but that wasn't me.
Oh.
For some reason it's on my Hendon mug, but it wasn't me.
Well, don't take it off, it just adds to your cashes.
Yeah, it does, yeah. So,
so what was the first one?
The first one was in Newcastle in 2015. Around 2015.
Yeah.
And it was a £100 tournament, and I won it for 3.9k. I think it was.
So your first tournament was just a win?
There was plenty before that, but that was the first recorded one. There's a plenty of 7th place in the £5 rebuy for 20 quid. But no, that was the first big one.
Going back to the £5 rebuys, they were so much fun back in the day.
Oh, they were class. I mean, that's what made me fall in love with poker, because I went there and I was a skint student with a tenner in my pocket, and I was fuming if I had to rebuy. And then there was guys buying in 20 times. So, but it was just a different world to me, and from then on, just loved it.
Yeah. Moving on to like 2018, your first cash in Vegas.
Yeah.
Was that your first trip?
Yeah, the first trip.
You seem to do a lot of firsts when you first get there. Like we win on the first database, and then we go to Vegas for the first time, and we just end up with a win. Yeah,
well, I mean, it's one of those where you just got to make the most of it your first time, because you never know if it's going to be your last, right?
Yeah.
But Vegas. That was a funny one because I started streaming for Grosvenor then. I wasn't sponsored, but I was streaming, and the reason I went was because I bubbled the Vegas packages 3 times, which was pretty brutal. But I kind of set my sights on going. Yeah. So I just tagged along.
Right. You do right.
And it's worked out because now I've got this.
Yeah. So obviously 2018, your first time. Was it then literally Vegas every year? I want to do this. This is going to be in the calendar for forever kind of thing, as long as I still love the game?
Yeah, so I've been quite a few times now. I think I've been like 8 or 9 times now.
Yeah.
COVID obviously stopped it for a bit.
Yeah.
So missed out for a little bit there.
Yeah. You cashed a couple of times in 2019 as well. Were they big events, or were they World Series events, or were they at different venues? Can you remember?
Moved around a bit.
Yeah.
Actually got on a final table with Joe Beavers at Bally's, not Bally's, at Binions one night.
All right, okay.
But didn't get paid. But it was nice to have played there because they've stopped poker now, haven't they?
They have Binions, yeah. It's
yeah.
actually not even. I don't even think upstairs is even open anymore.
No, it's a
When
shame.
you used to walk up the stairs they used to be downstairs in the little card room on the left.
Yeah.
And then you walked up past the Millions.
Yeah.
And then you walked up there, but that synonymous to the world, the actual game.
Yeah.
In that room was just. It was just amazing.
It was class, and I mean, it's even the smell in there.
Yeah.
There's just something about it. It's proper poker, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. You come back, you just mentioned you're starting to twitch. How did that come about? How did you want to tell everybody what you were doing? How did you want to see the hands? How did you want to tell people this is what you should be doing in these spots, or even like your opponents seeing what you do?
It was a strange one, really, because I really wanted to give poker a go and go full time, but at that point I still had a job. And I said to my now wonderful wife Ellie, I really want to do this, but as a lot of people know, I've got 2 kids, family. So I thought, if I'm going to do this, I need to find ways of making money from poker, but not just from poker. So I realised that the majority of sponsorships and the majority of money in poker outside of just playing was coming from creating content.
Yeah.
So I decided that I was going to start doing that and got in touch with Grosvenor because I realised they didn't have a streamer at the time.
Yeah.
And just managed to build up that relationship.
And that's literally how the sponsorship came about.
Yeah.
Regarding the streaming and the Twitch and getting in touch with the guys from Grosvenor.
Yeah, pretty much. Just my way in, basically. But in terms of like showing your cards and everything, that can be a detriment to your game because obviously you're giving away a lot of information.
Yeah.
However, on the other side of it, you have to talk through what you're doing, and sometimes vocalizing what you're doing can help you make the right decisions. So I'd say there's pros and cons to it.
I always think in the background that when we did the live, some of the online Twitches, and I was there in the core comms, that I obviously helped your career push a little bit forward. You know,
you did. It was all you, Tower. It was all you.
But they were good, weren't they? They were a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Obviously, lockdown was like tough for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So doing the comms with you and having a laugh and doing what it was and just watching your game, I actually loved it. I thought it was great fun.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of like playing live without playing live. It was like having the banter at the table.
Yeah.
Without actually being at a table. So yeah, it was great.
Yeah. 2021 WPT, the high roller.
Yeah.
Nice cash.
Which one?
The the 33 online.
Oh yeah, okay,
which was
the 5k.
The 5k. Can you run us through the online one?
Yeah, so that one was weird because I was actually streaming on Twitch at the same time. But this was at a time. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but this was at a time I was only allowed to stream Grosvenor games.
Yeah.
So I was streaming my home game, which is on a Tuesday, £11 home game, and I was on the final table of that. Off screen, I was on final table of the 5k. There's Dom Beachy, Sam Greenwood, and Tim Adams, 400.
Wow.
So I was getting really excited about the home game on stream at the same time as being 400 5k, which was pretty funny.
Wow.
But
how do you keep it calm?
Just dead inside, Tower. Just dead inside.
Finishing third.
Yeah.
Obviously, we all want the win. Were you upset, or did it take a bit of time to think, that's a great score, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I played it was because I saw some satellites overlaying to that event, so I ended up getting into that event for $55.
Oh, wow.
So I couldn't be too disappointed. It was $55 into 30 odd K, so
yeah,
I was pretty happy with that one. Obviously, you're gutted for the first couple of hours afterwards, but when the money hits your account, that's a nice little
always
nice
helps when you look at the dollars just adding up.
That's true.
2022, big year for you. You cashed a lot. Obviously, we had a GUKPT win as well.
Yeah.
Which was very nice.
Yeah.
Obviously, we were there.
You were.
Brilliant events to play in, but when you get one under your belt, how did that feel?
It was great. I mean, I always
do have a lot of love.
I did
within the Grosvenor fraternity. You do have a lot of love.
Yeah, and it's really nice to be able to kind of repay that love.
Yeah.
I really appreciate all the support that I get from the chat box and everything, and it was nice to show them that I can do it, really. But yeah, it was nice. I felt like the thing at the Vic, I always felt like that was my bogey card room, where I couldn't get a win, and then all of a sudden it just came. And the funny thing was, that's probably the worst I've ever felt playing poker, because
Really?
I was ill all weekend.
You was ill?
I was ill.
You was poorly because
Yeah.
you literally said, I'm going to get you a drink, lads, but I'm leaving because I'm not feeling very well.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you did.
So yeah, some of those kebab places on Edgware Road don't go to. But
excuse me.
But,
there are some good ones, by the way.
There are some very good ones at the time. But yeah, I mean, it was one of those things. I should probably take note of that. And I just played ABC poker.
Yeah.
I didn't pull off any huge bluffs. I didn't make any big hero calls. I just played my hands well. And maybe going into this tournament today,
and I think you said at the time, I think because I'm not feeling well, I can't really play my game because I just really want to just sit there and play ABC.
Yeah.
And that's
that's what I did really. So maybe there's something in that. I'll try that this week in Leeds.
You won the mini. You beat somebody called Cal Heads Up.
I did.
Do you tell him every time you meet him?
I did.
And now he's sponsored, obviously.
Yeah.
Now he's part of the team.
Until recently, I was the last person that beat him heads up, and I was like, "Have you ever lost a heads up, Carl?" He's like, "Yeah, to you, Jamie." But no, I think it was the cup I beat him in actually, heads up, and then the next heads up he lost was in the cup to Sinead, I think it was.
Oh wow.
So
becoming a pattern here.
So yeah, he's never getting a cup.
You do a lot of coaching.
Yes.
And you're proud of your coaching.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing the players that you coach having some great scores.
Yeah.
You post that, and obviously you let everybody know. But how good does that feel for you when you see one of your guys that you're teaching and you're getting to learn the game and play a little bit better, and probably properly as well? How does that feel for you?
I mean, it sounds like a bit of a cliche, but it's probably feels better than when I win, in terms of how proud I am of it. Obviously, the money feels great when I win, but when one of my students win, it's just like it's just a sense of pride, because a lot of them come to me and they're a bit lost with their game. They normally come to me because they feel like they can't do it anymore, or whatever it is, and it's really nice just to instill that confidence in them. And sometimes that's all it is. It's just going back to basics, making sure the fundamentals are right, and getting them that confidence back. And yeah, it's really good, and seeing them get these big scores is just great. Yeah.
If they're still not having coaching and you see the scores, will they send you a message and say, look, this is like this is great, and you see the name in lights, and you either send a text message either way just to say, look, fantastic, great result?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if somebody has had coaching with me and then leaves, normally, I mean, we've spent a lot of time together, albeit on Zoom. Spent a lot of time together. We've talked a lot. You become friends with these people. So even if they're not getting coaching now, we still talk.
Sponsor Pro.
Yep.
We're heading to Goliath.
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's the pinnacle, right? It's the pinnacle of Grosvenor.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you can turn 200 quid into 200 grand, that's just the dream, right?
Yeah.
It really is. It's the Vegas of the UK. The atmosphere all week is incredible, and it's not just the Goliath as well. It's a really good high stakes festival in its own right as well for players who wouldn't normally travel for a £200 comp. So there's something for everyone there. If you're playing a 1K, if you're playing a 200, if you're playing the red tooth stuff, there's so much on, and everyone from every kind of part of poker across the UK should be a Goliath. Yeah, it's great.
Vegas is like a must if you can afford to do it.
Yeah.
Is Goliath a must if you play poker in the UK?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's just the festival to be at. I mean, obviously the GUK PTs are great. There's just something special about Goliath. It's the fact that it's in these huge halls. It's not just in the casino. There's even the bit where all the food trucks are.
Yeah.
Everyone's just in a great mood, at least at the start of the week. And,
10 bullets in, we're like, why am I here?
yeah, well, but there's just something really special about those tournaments where
You've already won a trophy this year, so you're fat. You've got no chance. See how good I'm running, Sam?
Guys, you guys ready to restart?
Yes, please. You ain't gonna have the shades on the old time. I've about kept mine on. You can see yours.
I know, you've done alright. You've done alright, bro.
Or is that the style?
Yeah.
Here we go. Heads up at 4:35 in the afternoon for the Mystery Bounty. The last time Jake Bryant was heads up at 7 p.m, it finished at 10:30. Just saying. Just saying.
I'll take the unders.
Strap in is all I'm saying. We'll get confirmation of the bounties that are left. There's 2 left, but we know the 2.5 is definitely left in. So good luck to these 2. Phil Baker on the right, Jacob Bryant. Phil on the left, Jacob on the right. Heads up for the Mystery Bounty, and the big one is big heads up now, isn't it?
It is big heads up.
Because if there's 2.5 left, it's a big heads up battle. This one. Let's do it.
Good luck to the both of them.
Yes.
Jake going to kick us off with the King 4.
So basically, with the 2,500 and the 1k left, 3,500 to be won for the winner extra. So when you look at 3,100 to the winner, 2,000 second, that 3.5 then turns into 6.6. So 2,500 and 1,000 then turns into 6.6 to the winner, and 2,000 to second. So that's what they're playing for. And the chips
Phil,
are nearly level, 1.9 to 1.6.
Phil currently being presented with the seating draw for the high roller, I think, on the screen opposite him. So Jake probably got the seat draw right, looking at the chip count screen. Well, Ben called it earlier, but I think
yes,
there's quite a few people who would have called this heads up configuration, and whichever one of these guys goes on to win the title will have thoroughly deserved it.
Yep,
and will be a
absolutely
popular
right.
winner. So best of luck to the both of them. Jake kicking off hand number 91 of the session with pocket queens. Phil with king 10 in the big. Gonna check his option after Jake just flats the button. So 754 rainbow. Phil probably going to lose the minimum here. Check, bet, fold, I imagine, is on the agenda. Gibraltarian, any deal discussions? No, not that we know of.
No.
Not that we know of.
We do not think there has been at all.
Phil with 7-8. On the button. Jake with the queen 6 of clubs. He's going to defend this one. Ten, 7, 6. So piece for both. Phil with middle pair and a gut shot straight draw to a 9. Jacob with bottom pair. Ace of spades on the turn, which Phil's card here in principle, being the pre-flop aggressor, going to have some ace high combos that continue to flop, can upgrade to 2 pair in some situations. So adding all of those situations together, decides he's going to fire again. I think with this sizing, he's probably going to get the job done there. Don't expect to see Jake continue with a 6 here against this sizing. Kind of annoying, but one that does wisely get out of the way of. Only hand so far at this final table, I think, with Jake that we could have potentially seen. There was one earlier, I think he might have fancied him to go for like a blocker bet sizing on river, small sizing. Other than that, has not put a foot wrong in this final table. Just so clinical and precise in everything that he does, in all his action. So good to watch.
Play well as Phil. Winner of the 25-25 back in 2023 in Reading for 18 and a half.
Who, Jake?
No, sorry, no, Phil.
Oh, Phil.
Just talking about Phil. Yeah. Jake was champion of the high roller here in January.
Yeah, enjoyed watching Phil as well. He's played really well. Played really well. Really flexed that big stack in the times when he had it. Never let go of it.
If they have discussed anything, we have not heard anything.
Yes.
So we'll take it as no deals.
Fun one here for Phil. Definitely going to get to continue with Queen 3 of clubs on Ace Jack 3, 1 club. Mixing some raising every now and again. Backdoor clubs. Just going to take the lower variance route and just call. Can have the best hand still. As per this example, 4 of diamonds on the turn. Checks over to Jake.
Not a bad call to check call again.
Yeah, I like double barrel here from Jake. Just our hand's essentially doing very badly against an ace or a jack, so we want to try and push the equity as hard as we can. Try and get some folds out of the bottom end of the range, and this is kind of certainly the bottom end of the calling range with the pairs on the flop, but we can have some draws and stuff as Phil that we continue against. We don't block hearts as Jacob with the king 6 off in this exact combination.
And the 5 of clubs on the river.
Yeah, Jake might well give this one up now. If we're going to bet here as Jake, I think we've got to be careful about our sizing, really consider what we have for value here. Are we going to go 3 streets with ace X? Does decide to give it up.
Yeah, just king eye.
I think it's wise.
Taps the table when Phil says, I have a 3. Heads up in the mystery bounty. Rest of the week here in Portsmouth looks like this. We have, starting today, the high roller, day 1A of the main event. The satellite has already finished. We're on the mystery bounty. Heads up for the title. Tomorrow we've got the high roller day 2, and we also have day 1B and day 1C of the main events with D and E on Saturday, which we'll be streaming, and Sunday as we crown a champion. There's the Summerfest Cup, 250 in that one, and the closer for a tour at 6 PM. So still plenty to play here in Portsmouth if you're coming down. And breaking news, huge news. It's sun shining.
I knew you were going to say it's
It's sun shining. The sun's out. There's people sat down on the deck chairs. The ice cream parlour's doing an absolute bomb at the minute.
You wouldn't be the guy that was complaining for an hour about a bit of rain.
No. That's
not really your MO, is it,
that's
mate?
not the way I roll. No. A bit of rain, you take it on the chin.
That's it. That's just one of those things, isn't it, really?
Absolutely. Yeah. Not ever get me complaining about walking to a breakfast pub this morning and getting soaking wet through. No, that's not me.
Jack 8-3, 2 spades, third
chuckling
spade on the turn. I'm not chuckling at anything, mate. Don't you worry.
What are you chuckling at?
It's a lovely setup down here in the Gunwharf. There's
Oh,
so
beautiful.
many nice spots just around
Walking round into a boss shop, getting a new T-shirt for your jollies. Oh, back into the old
restaurants and bars all over the place.
Yeah. Is it a big Nike shop down the bottom? Or is it
There is a big Nike store, yeah.
Yeah.
Big Nike store. I think Adidas
I might
has
have a
got a
look
store
in.
as
I
well.
might get myself some new treadies for the old Vegas trip.
Yeah.
Aye, I might have a look in.
Check out the Adidas store as well. They've got some
Did
stuff.
they open later on a weekend?
I think they are open later on a Thursday, ironically.
Ah,
yeah,
well,
conveniently. Who would know?
And if you're in the vicinity, there is a Hawaiian-themed slots party tonight. I have no idea why. I don't know what it entails, but the Hawaiian skirts are coming out.
What do you call those like flowery things that they have around the neck? There's a name for them, isn't there?
There is.
But I can't remember what they're called.
It's
Anyone in the chat know what the
it's
sort of
normally
flower
a
necklaces are?
welcomed.
You don't know. Okay, well.
You're right. Congratulations on your...
I appreciate it, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
It is a welcoming thing. You normally get them all straight off the plane when you're flying to Hawaii. You normally get one. But they're all wearing them. Why have they got a grass skirt to fit me? I'm just saying. The garland, there we go, Caroline.
The garland, there we
I
go.
think there is actually a proper name for it.
So all the valets have got garlands on walking
Yes.
around Portsmouth now. If you had no idea what was going on, which to be quite frank, most of the people in the casino at the minute have no idea there's a Hawaiian party on tonight.
There is.
But if you just walked in off the street, but Lane, you saw them all, you think everyone was just celebrating the sun's come out. It's just,
And the name for the Hawaiian garland is a lei. L-E-I.
A lei.
L-E-I. It's called a lei.
There you go.
It symbols welcome. It's a symbol of welcome and affection.
And slot buffet party.
And a slot buffet. Thanks, King Joshi. It's spot on. They are called a lei. So there we go.
So 2.3 million plays, 1 million flat fill, just extending a little bit.
Attention all players in the high roller. Please start making your way back over to your seats. We've got just over 3 minutes remaining on the break. That's all players in the high roller. Back to your seats, please.
Jake here with a boat on the turn. Phil open free, Jake defending the Queen 5. Check on Queen 5-10. Check again. Phil sensing something might be up here.
I like it from Phil. We've got a king, got a bit of showdown.
I agree, Tower. Yeah, agree, Philly. I think it's just small now for Jake. Right. He's going to go 105. I don't see this getting called. Phil has just navigated and managed chip leads very well at this final table, and I think recognising there that there's just no need to allow that gap to close by donating there with the King High.
Oh, bring your own cushion. Not allowed in Vegas, you know.
Cushions.
Cushions for dealers. Not allowed
for
in
dealers,
Vegas.
not allowed.
Not allowed.
I kind of get it for players, but for dealers, I mean, that's pretty intense.
Not allowed.
Why?
Somebody broke the rules.
What, and bought a cushion?
And filled them with chips.
Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, that will do it, yeah.
Aye.
Fair enough. Yeah, that will definitely do it. Jake folding the 8 deuce on the button, move on to the next one nice and quickly. 3,100 for first, 2,000 for second.
£3,500 in bounties still left in, so whoever wins will get a juicy £3,500 extra if they've not dealt, which I don't think they have. We've not heard. We have not heard anything. That's all I can say. I don't know anymore. If there is and somebody comes and tells us, then we'll let you know.
Well, we haven't picked up Jake's hand on this one, but Phil opening the 10-5 suited, the Ben T special from the button, and up in the flush draw. And check 2, happy to continue here. Playing this hand from Phil's perspective, and Jake just going to get out of the way. Happy to take that one down there and then with the 10-eye.
Heads up to the title. 2 bounties left, and they're both the big ones.
Jake calling the Queen 5 here. Phil once again King 10 off in the big blind. On this occasion going to come in for a raise. Saw him earlier in this exact formation, check back. So varying his route of aggression here. Makes it 100k. Jake gets out the way. Good luck, Jake, says Mark Wackrell. Hello, Mark. The only Fulham top I've ever seen at a feature table. Mark Wackrell.
I know, he went Under Armour as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't he? No, Mark made, he was in day two Reading. Yeah, 8, wasn't he? Yeah.
The old Fulham shirt with his name on the back.
Hope you're doing well, Mark.
Yeah, well, things are good, my old friend. Watching on Facebook. Ben says, go on, Phil, do what I couldn't and finish off Jake. No, nobody's ever worn the full kit. I don't think you're allowed into a casino in football top, shorts, socks, shin pads and boots.
I think it's a little bit more relaxed now on the football tops, isn't it?
Yes.
Than it was at one point.
Yeah. I think with the thing nowadays, if you've got one underneath your hoodie and you're walking with a hoodie, they can't tell.
Well, yeah.
And then, of course, you take it off inside, then you've got the football top on. So, not a lot you can really do about it, but they do relax it for poker. That is for sure.
Yeah, Ben, imagine if they tried to stop football tops on a match day in Cov at the casino.
Do I wear the full Rotherham United kit when I FT the main event?
Do you know? I think that should be your forfeit for the old fantasy. I think that should be your forfeit. Full Rotherham United kit or a full Spurs kit for the two of you. It's got to be it.
The full Rotherham kit should be my big entrance.
Yeah. Shin pads and all. Classic pair of black Umbro AstroTurfs.
My shin pads were as long as my legs when I played back in the day. Jesus. I hated my shin being whacked. One of the reasons I quit. Plus I weren't very good and I couldn't run very far. Apart from that.
Just become a goalkeeper, mate. That's what we've got to do. Jake pocket 8s on the button. Second time we've seen him just come in for a complete with pairs. Well, not Phil. Haven't picked up Phil's cards on this occasion, so looks like we're going to be able to sweat this one from Jake's point of view.
Queen 4. Deuce. Thanks, Tim. Tim Ebenezer watching on YouTube. No, sorry, on Facebook. Great coverage team. Good luck to both. Yes, it'll be a great battle, this. It really will.
One that Jake's going to be pretty happy to continue on here. Just one overcard to our 8s. Flush out some equity. Can get value from worse as well. Some 4x deuces. Tim was in Reading, final table with Reading.
He did indeed.
I played quite a lot with Tim on day one. Really nice fella. Really
He
nice
did
fella.
indeed.
Played very tidy all day.
And he's dropping me off at the next stop.
In the McLaren.
In the McLaren.
Yeah.
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 I'll be in Edinburgh in half an hour.
strap him to the roof, Tim. That's probably your best option there, mate.
What a car that is. Absolutely stunning. Good to watch you on the final table, Tim.
Tim, are you involved in that? You get staking in the in and around the cash race in Reading? Oh, they had a cash race going on down there.
They did. We advertised it quite a lot.
10k.
Yeah,
10k additional value.
Yeah.
I know that for the last, at least for the last fortnight, they've had solid cash games running every night in Reading, which has been a nice change. There we go. You're booked.
I'm in.
That has got to be. We've got to get a video of that for break clip. We've got to do break clip. Get him a GoPro.
God, dear. So heads up to the title for the Mystery Bounty. Phil Baker on the left, Jacob Bryant on the right.
Yeah, Jake came in as cheerleader today. I think Phil was right up there as well in the counts. Phil said he sun-run the last couple of levels on his day one flight. A couple of big hands for him on that. Jake yesterday said he could have had more chips when he went through. He lost a big one in the last level. Either way, both came through with a big stack and have managed to convert that into a guaranteed second place finish. One of them obviously going to go home as champion.
Phil flopping mess with the bottom pair, but not the best board. Check again, any chance?
Yeah, I think Phil could have some bets here now. Just try and protect, flush out some equity.
Yeah, just repping any heart.
It's one of those where we don't even really need to be repping too much. Just try and flush out some equity. Does have a deuce too.
That's two things I've got to do at your life now.
2 things you've got to do at Goliath.
Yeah.
What's the other one? The other laborious task as well as getting a McLaren?
Walking round the stadium in less than 10 minutes.
Ah.
Jay's challenged me.
Okay.
I've got to start at the door, finish at the door of the Grosvenor
At the
Casino.
same door or just
Same door.
Yeah.
Same door in less than 10 minutes. Got to walk around the stadium. No running. That's what I've been challenged to.
Just have Tim waiting around the corner.
Get in the McLaren halfway. Oh dear.
Well, Phil's turn to have the 8s on this occasion. Raises up Jacob, going to fold the 7-6. So you reckon 10 minutes is? You reckon you go 10 minutes?
I don't know.
I don't really know.
I have no idea.
It seems like it might be quite hard, but I don't know.
I've been told I can do.
Traditionally,
I've got 3 attempts. I've been told.
3 attempts. I reckon. Your best goes on the first attempt.
I will,
give you that.
I will know in the first attempt whether I can do it or not. And plenty of chances to get into Goliath as well. Plenty of satellite winners. And don't forget, if you do play any of the satellites on Stars and you get yourself a seat to Goliath, you can now choose any day you want to play, apart from day 2. Any one of the starting flights you can now pick and choose once you win your seat on Stars in the satellites.
Yeah, see, Gibraltarian talk about natural variables in your challenge. I think the natural variable might well be Tim's McLaren around the corner as well. I think that is a route I would consider. And such a route to consider for Phil would be more chips in the middle with the kings. Jake raising the Jack Deuce from the button. Phil 3-bet. Jake just going to get out of the way. Do your 3 attempts at this challenge?
Yeah.
Are they? I assume they're not like one after the other.
No.
So like 3
but
different days.
I will pretty surely know if.
Yeah, but like if you get round in
11
11 minutes or something, you'll know you can do it.
Yes.
If the first one's what's the line for the first one where you think 15?
I don't know.
I guess it depends how you feel after the walk as well.
I don't know. You know when you agree to things and you don't have any clue what it is?
Yeah.
That was it. So, heads up to the title of the Mystery Bounty, and there's £3,500 of the bounties left. So whoever wins will get an additional £3,500. The tickets are on the table, but who's going to take them? Ali played like he was double parked.
Yeah, he played some interesting hands, Ali, didn't he? I mean,
he was going to win it or get out of it. That was exactly how we played the final table.
And that, I think that's the interesting thing, is that you had that significant shift from our first feature table where he played reasonably conservative, I would say, out of certainly in context of what we saw at the final table. Then that massive shift to being all in quite literally every hand for 5 hands in a row was a big jump. Big jump.
So the main has started, the eye roller has started, and the mystery is going on.
Right, so Jake here, King Queen, and they're just conscious that the blinds are starting to catch him. Phil has really ground down this 10-6-5 pay up heads up game. Board, I think Jake happy to mix some checks in here with, does decide to check back. King Eye can be the best hand sometimes. 3 of clubs on the turn. Phil can certainly have some bets now on this formation once Jake checks back. I do expect when he finds bets here, we're probably going to be quite heavy on pair combos.
at least hands that have got a decent chunk of equity. Obviously we can see Jake just with King Queen high, facing this size in 160, 140k. Just so difficult to proceed now, as Jake's had a pretty raw deal of it heads up here in terms of distribution, Jake, and tried to lay a couple of traps that just Phil hasn't fallen into at all by any stretch of it, but does retain discipline and just drops it off and moves on.
Up to 2.8 milli with the blinds at 40. King Joshy's got tips and all sorts going on. For you walk around the stadium, go left and take the steeper slope going down instead of up.
So are we talking, Josh? We talk about coming out the casino entrance.
So you turn left.
I think it's a good tip.
Oh,
I think it's a good tip.
nice one. Oh, don't tell anybody else. I like that one, Joshy. Thank you very much. Love it.
Alright, Phil, ace six of spades.
All of
Just-
it.
Yeah, just going for opens now. And Jake calls.
Here we
go then.
Oh, we have a champion if we don't have a king or a jack. Spades are covered. You can't believe the spades are covered.
Yeah, 6-4. 59% of the time, Mr. Baker is going to cook up a title in the mystery bounty. Can he hold?
Well, the jack has flopped for Jacob. Jake just needing to fade an ace now to get a full double and back up to 1.3.
There we
and
go.
does.
Back in it, never count him out.
Absolutely. First double on the final two players, and it's Jake. I did say strap in.
You did?
And here we go again.
You did, sir.
We're all thinking, well, we can't finish yet. The away night's not until 7.
Heads up continues. Jake with replenished ammunition to get back after Phil, after managing to secure the double up.
Jacks for Phil.
Premium for Phil here. Looks like we're going to play this one from Phil's perspective. We haven't managed to pick up Jake's cards in this hand. Well, hand over.
I'll tell you what, if you want a coach for this,
this
is your man. This is your man.
Yeah, it's definitely the main door of the casino up from where you're registered to go down the escalators. That's where it is.
Yeah, the door by the statue and the sports bar.
Aye, that's the one where everybody normally walks in the morning.
I think there's going to be some elite content filmed at Goliath this year. Tower versus McLaren. The lap of the CBS. Phil picking that one up there with the ace-5.
You like a drink, sir?
Do you know what? I'll have a nice cup of tea, please.
A cup of tea?
No sugar.
No sugar, no problem.
Thanks very much, lad.
No worries.
We are actually sat in the corner of the card room. Well, there's a bit of a draft, or the aircon's working. Heads up, the battle is on. Lines 2040. Jake Bryant, there he is. Winner of the high roller here in January. Star Abramovich, isn't it? No star tonight. King 10 deuce flop 2 diamonds. Phil flopping absolute pick your own flops. Top pair flush draw. Clink, chink, chickity chick. Check again. Only way he's getting paid was to check. Perfect from Phil. Should check the river. Oh, the 4th diamond. That's a struggle for Phil, but it still should check. Any bare ace of diamonds checking the flop. I don't mind to check the flop, check the river to see what Jake does. But on the 4th diamond, we know Jake should have been checking. And he shows him the 10. He gets out of the way. Phil, is he going to show him that he flopped it? And turned it, and he actually got unlucky on the river. First result of 2025, this for Phil Baker in the tournament scene. Had an average 2024, couple of nice scores. That's a nice one in January of last year. With his first tournament cash live is this one. Just play a lot online though, to be fair. How many times has Phil had ace 10 today? How many? How many? Raise to 100. Goes check on the queen eye flop. Jake checks again. Shouldn't be a bet from Phil. That's Jake coming out fighting. Nice call from Phil with the ace high. Nice call indeed. Oh, to get unlucky. He had it spot on. Can we try and eke out some value?
Yeah, and if we do go for value now, I really like a big bet because I've been going for big sizing consistently throughout on rivers for value as Jake. Get this up there in the upper regions of the pot. Does go for 260, like it. Yeah, Phil just going to run some thoughts through his head, fueled by a Madry. But hard to find too many hands that would bet this king this size after betting the turn. Would be my initial thoughts here, Tower. Having said that, also quite credible to have some bluffs here as Jake. I think that's what's running through Phil's heads. 2 flush draws brick out, some straight combos brick out. Maybe just one of those, catch a quick glance at the side there for Phil, our opponent, for any live information, but it just feels like one of those where, yeah, it does call, does pay it off, and shows him the king 4. I laugh and joke about it, but I can see why Phil called. The line just didn't really make too much sense, but credit to Jake for recognising that river required a size up.
Yes, Marcus.
Go on, Marcus.
We are good, thank you. How are you? I say, boy. I say, boy.
You playing the main, Marcus?
Of course he is.
I hope so.
He's flicking in at least 4. What? It's not. Sorry.
You cannot.
Was you drinking at that time?
You can't lead with the chat like that. I appreciate it's not in my first year, but you cannot lead with the chat like that.
Sat in our old town, indeed.
4.
We went next door for a bite to eat last night to the old Tap Tandoori.
We did go to Tap Tandoori.
And we went to the. Where did we go this morning?
We went to All Bar One for breakfast
All
this morning.
Bar One for breakfast this morning. Yeah. And a little bit of eggs royale, let me tell you.
Yeah, you enjoyed that, didn't you?
Yes, nice.
I'll tell you what, Ben, very nice mixed grill in the Tap Tandoori last night. Carved up a mixed grill with PK. Lovely job. Very, very nice.
Can't play at all. Poor old Marcus can't play.
All day 2s are on terrible days for you. Yeah, no, that's a shame, mate.
Oh, unlucky. Nice,
That is a shame.
But nice that the throwing festival's on here in Portsmouth, and I'm sure there'll be others.
There deserves to be. The Carver and the general approach to poker down here.
Is there going to be anything in August? That's what I want to know.
Anything
Because
in
I
August?
do tend, at this moment in time, to have a couple of spare weekends in August, and I'm just trying to work out where the golf clubs are going. Because obviously the first weekend is the end of Goliath.
Why don't we have a Towers tournament in Portsmouth then? The Spinnaker Tower. There's got to be a spin on the Spinnaker
Not
Tower,
sure.
isn't there? There has to be a spin on the
What we
Spinnaker
got
Tower.
there? See, the end of August is Luton.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything at this moment in time in between end of Goliath
Yeah.
to Luton.
Other than a lot of sleep.
I don't think there is, because the next one is in September, after obviously next week for the June one. So there's not a lot on for Team Card Room Direct.
I've got it. It's a branding masterclass.
All right.
Not the Spinnaker Tower. Spin with the Tower.
Spin with the Tower.
Get him in for the Friday night re-entry. Get him in.
Round of golf.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. It's done.
Oof.
Book it. Book it up.
There could be a couple of weeks spare.
I already see the promotional material now. We'll just crop your head out, stick it on the top of the Spinnaker. There we go.
It is an interesting building. I do like it. Whoever came up with that idea.
Yeah.
Very nice it
Who
is.
designed? Yeah, I wonder who that was. Which architect was on that?
It's good.
Yeah, shout out to Ben as well, running the card room down here. Coming down with Ben was a dealer down here, just come up through the ranks and got involved in running the card room, does a cracking job when Dan's not about.
Is that Dan who's on today?
Yeah, Ponytail Dan. Yeah.
Ponytail Dan.
Ponytail Dan.
Why do they call him that? 2 left
that
in the
rocks
mystery
waistcoat
bounty.
well as well. They call him Waistcoat Dan, Ponytail Dan, whatever you want to call him. Just Dan. Jake deciding to raise up the Jack 10. Phil gets out of the way with the 9 deuce. Yeah, Connor, he went to, he was out in Malta, I think, back end of last year. I think I'm right in saying that. I think it was Ben that was out there. Went and played a lot of the festival out there. Your starting stack is decided by where you finish the golf.
What happens if there's only 4 of us?
Well, so it's what if you shoot?
What
by your round? Do it by your round, by what you shoot.
Or Stableford points.
Yeah.
By your thousands.
Or Stableford points, yeah.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Do your Stableford point, because Stableford's the best for amateur golfers.
Of course, yeah.
Because match play is awful. Because if you hit a 9, then you're done in.
Yeah.
I don't like a good Stableford round because you can just forget about it all and just crack on. The Tower Tony special, round the golf in the day, and you start.
That is honest. That's the marketing trick. I know you got your Blackpool Tower, but the spinnaker, some kind of spin with the tower.
Indeed. How are we doing, Jackpot? We got the Sam all week this week. Jay's on his way to Vegas to hunt for the bracelets.
Yeah, afternoon Jackpot. Definitely would not say knows more about poker, but love the game just as much. Very grateful for everything that Jay brings to these streams, but we wish him all the best in Vegas. Wish everybody all the best in Vegas. All the Brits going out this summer, including our main man, the Tower.
You can abseil down the spinnaker.
You can.
Get away.
You
Why?
can. There's a platform.
Is there a lift?
There is a lift.
I'd use the lift.
Sure.
Forget that.
I'm not sure that statement was an invitation to you to abseil down it, and it certainly wouldn't let you abseil down it before
you can
you've tried
abseil
to
down it.
Do it after you've played the main event, all right? Let's get our 1% realised first, all right? Then you can abseil it if
Can
you
you
want.
really? That's never a thing.
That would be some content as well for a break clip.
Oh, great. Cheers, Sam.
Do you know what? I think I've got to get on board with I've got to have a word here with the marketing team. PK!
Oh, dear.
Get these break clips going. Portsmouth Summerfest. Tower versus Portsmouth. 964.
Are you heading back to Chobham after it finishes?
Are you heading back to Chobham tonight after it finishes? No, I will not be heading back to Chobham tonight, Ben. Unfortunately not.
How far away is Chobham?
From here, hour and a half.
Why would you do that? And have an hour and a half back tomorrow morning?
So there's quite a fun £10 rebuy in Chobham on a Thursday evening at the Chobham Club, run by no other than Senior Teague.
Oh.
Yeah. And they actually do a good pint of Guinness down there as well.
Ooh.
They do a good pint of Guinness down there, so...
Good afternoon, Logs.
I think I've only... I don't think I've been down there in a long time. I was trying to think I was going to go down last week, but then Jimmy and the boys said they weren't going down. So I'll take a week off. Is the Four Seasons in Chobham still open? I'm not sure if the Four Seasons is still open. I don't think so. I don't recognise it, Kev, I'll be honest with you. The Sun Inn is still open, the White Hart's still open, the Red Lion. The Red Lion's still open, Kev, yeah. Red Lion is still open. Otaku says there's a fun tourney in G Dundee this weekend. 150 buy-in with a 15k guarantee.
That's a great effort. Thanks for that, Logs.
Yeah, I tell you what.
Thanks for the information.
We will definitely do some country coverage across the estate tomorrow. We'll get some shout-outs for your comps going on around.
Indeed.
But yeah, feel free to put them in over the course of the day. 5 of spades, turn here, Jake with second pair.
of spades turn. I think we're going to see Jake probably get after a little bit of value now with our 10. This, so 85k. Phil gets out of the way, Jake picks up another one, and just like that, from 4-1 deficit, it almost back to even Stevens.
If you have sailed down that tower, take a spare of undies. Pesky, I will be taking. I shan't be abseiling it down as long as the lift works.
Kev played for Chobham.
Chobham.
Back in the late 80s, yeah.
There's a great curry house there as well.
There is a good curry house there as well.
I like it. If there's any cash tonight, maybe down to play it, so I might see you guys later. Says Marcus. We'll let you know, Marcus. The numbers have increased in the high roller to 20, which is excellent. Well done, one and all. And Log says, I've heard I'm playing the main events. I am indeed, sir. All 1% have been sold. 75 people from the stream got involved. We're playing the main events. Money being collected. I think there's only 10 spots to collect as well, so that's good. We'll stick a list of people who's watching the stream we need to contact before the end of play on Sunday, and then you'll have a couple of days up to, I think, up to the end of Friday's play in Edinburgh to confirm. If not, we'll reopen.
Yeah, we can catch up on talks about Curry and Guinness after this one. So Jake went for the flat in and then the call of the raise from Phil, and there's flop to flush draw on ace, 8 deuce, 2 hearts. Nice card for Phil. Nice card for Phil. And I think he'll probably look to bet and get some value. Phil can have, our opponent can certainly have 8x, can have a deuce, which we now pull away from. Back to Jake, and against this size, I don't think we're going to be folding. Heart draw just yet. What are we getting here? Maybe with 9 hearts. I thought it was 9, 7 hearts for a second there. It's 9,
I think he calls. We've got a flush draw. He's only thinking about the flush draw. He knows 9 eyes not winning.
Yeah, not getting a spectacular price, but pretty confident that if we do hit our heart, we are winning. So the implied is Jake.
That is not the river card you want to see. Backdoor everything gets there.
Phil holding King of Hearts here is a nice king to have. Takes away some of the King X combos. And can filter Jake down as well into some of that Ace X parts of the range. Not there should be too much of that that's just flatting pre and then flatting again, but I think sizing up here from Phil makes sense. That looks like 505.
And end of hand it will be.
I was going back with that. I actually bet too much. I was meant to bet 145 in the turn. Something active, or other word. You fucking coming up here using counting or something? What's going on there? I've had a good sleep, I've checked everything out, do you know what I mean? That's out of order. They should be fucking.
So Ben's got the lucky 1%. You have indeed, Ben. You have indeed.
Oh yeah, sorry Kev, I had no idea. That's really cool. Charlton, Westfield, Leatherhead, Epsom and Ewell as well.
The Khyber Pass.
Well, it's called Indo a few years back. I think it's now Blue India.
Blue India, there you go.
Blue India, I think it's called. And it is very good. There's another curry house as well. If you come out of Blue India, go over the road as if you're going towards Shovel Club, hang a right down there. There's a little parade of shops down, an Indian restaurant down there.
Yeah.
Which is also good. I personally prefer Blue India, but Chobham well decorated with curry houses and Guinness providing establishments.
Wimmy Road is the place.
Yeah.
Oh, Wilmslow Road in Manchester is the curry mile. Absolutely. There's 2 curry miles in Manchester actually. One at Leversham and one at Wilmslow Road in Wilmslow. It's amazing. 4 o'clock in the morning is as busy as 5 o'clock on the afternoon on a Saturday.
Yeah, that's the one, Kev. That's the one. Yeah, the one on the corner by the mini roundabout. Just turn in off into the little lay-by.
There you go.
I think there's some kind of... I can't remember what the shops are like next to it. Some kind of furniture store. Here we go.
What we got here?
Beautiful.
Look at these.
Look at these.
The wine dance.
Just to let you know, I do like pina coladas. I'm just saying.
Right, now you're taking the mic.
I'm just saying that the lads are getting involved.
Hawaiian night.
8 o'clock starts party.
Go on, son.
Oh, hey. Got to get involved.
Does it suit us? Actually,
We're in.
don't.
I've saved you one. No, I've saved you one. I'd have eaten you otherwise. So Weed Ang Wang went out at 1400. The pink one's yours. It is.
Forgiven.
There you go, forgiven.
In the spirit of Hawaii.
Off to Memsarg in Leicester tonight. I reckon it's the best in Leicester.
Problem is, it's about 500 others.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's very popular, and you can't beat a good one. You really, really can't. What's on in Leicester tonight? Is there a big comp going on in Leicester?
Do you know what I saw on Facey the other day? Was a couple of the photos of the guys who won the giveaways in Bury New Road and Birmingham.
Ah, excellent.
Remember they're doing the giveaway for the Vegas trips?
Yes.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. I think they gave away 3 packages in Birmingham and 2 in... What was either 3?
Oh, what's happening here?
Well, what have we got here? We're looking at some numbers, or...?
We're now looking at numbers. Leicester, 3,000 guarantee. Chop the bounties. Chop the bounties, chop the money, play for £500 is what's just been announced. If they shake on it, that's the deal. If they shake on it, we're chopping the bounties, we're chopping the money and playing for the shaking hands. Oh, well done, boys. Well done. That's at least 3 entries into the high roller. So they're leaving 500. Everything chopped apart from £500 to play for. Can we do that? Yes, you can. Oi, oi.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Oh, there you go.
So everything chopped, 500 to play for. Everything chopped and the high roller entry to play for.
Everything chopped and a high roller buy-in to play for, and when the blinds go up, it's a 15-minute clock.
Ah, okay.
There we go. That's what it says. Well played. Always knew Phil. Always knew Phil would bottle it heads up. It's 3,500 is a lot considering it's both big bounties. It's a lot. If it had been like 800 quid in the bounties left, then they wouldn't have done that, I don't think.
Probably not.
But well done, one and all. Chopped everything, and 500 to play for, which, as Sam has just said, it's an entry into the high roller.
It is.
It's a freebie. So, and you can see there, the chips are just about level. Phil doesn't mind. Jacob's in it. Well done, one and all. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Well done, one and all. 500 to play for, which is a buy-in for the high roller, or buy-in and a few beers at the bar for the main event at 340 quid.
Right, I have been given
some
information which may be of interest to you.
Right.
Regarding the CBS Arena and the distance in which you're going to need to walk.
Oh, have you really?
I have indeed.
Right.
The Sparrows have been out and about doing their digging. So your total walking distance is 0.846 kilometres.
Yeah, but that's if I go round in a complete, proper circumference circle.
That is from door to door.
Yeah, but what happens if I go in a wobbly line?
Well,
what happens if I had 4 starter problems?
With respect to whichever one of the people that sent me this drawing, this line is not straight. So
there's got to be.
This is like someone's got paint on the computer and just used the mouse and gone do. So you've basically got 10 minutes.
So it had a bit. So it's a 0.9.
Okay.
Because I reckon 0.8476 or something.
It's 0.9 after you wobble around a little bit.
Yeah, because you can't. It's impossible to go around in a completely short space. The shortest route. Go on.
So essentially, if you were to do, you basically got 1 minute to do 90 metres. You got to cover 90 metres in 1 minute the whole way around.
I'm just thinking about I'm either going to play it now or
That's your 10-minute mark, isn't it? Assuming it's 0.9.
So I've got to walk 1 kilometre. I've got to walk 1 kilometre. Here we go.
Well, here we go.
We've got the 9 deuce, the old Montana banana, against the ace-6. This is not for the title. Oh, it is for the title if we get a 9 or a deuce.
Well, it's for the title if Phil can take it down, that's for sure.
Come to Dougie very shortly with the question on Facebook. Ace,
well,
Jack,
9 of clubs
8.
working for Phil as well.
Do we have a champ?
4 of spades.
Any club, we have a champion.
The baker's going to need to pull one out the oven here.
They're all live. And it's not
deuce.
The ace plays for Jacob.
Big double. Big double for Jake. That's a 3 mil.
Well, here we go.
3 mil.
Dougie MacArthur says, "Hi Tower, can you buy straight into one of the Goliath Day 1s on PokerStars?" Yes, you can. You can pick any day and buy yourself in. And it's same as if you win a satellite. If you win a satellite, and there's loads of satellites running on Stars every day, and there's 30 seats guaranteed as well on the Sundays. But yes, you can, and if you win a satellite ticket, you can now pick a day. So if you win one of the satellite seats on Stars, you can buy yourself into any day of the day 1s at Goliath, and you can buy straight in on PokerStars as well. So good luck with that. Plenty of satellites going on Stars up to Goliath. There's 30 seats guaranteed every Sunday. There's satellites running every day. So good luck.
It's a bit chilly, I think. Here we go again then. Spin the wheel again, Tower, and unless we find a king or a 9 here, something tells me we're going to be seeing some all-ins.
Yes,
could this be the last one?
Here we are, champ, a 2-time champion Portsmouth on 2 separate streams
9
in
high
Portsmouth. Oh, King 9 gonna double, unless we see an ace, a queen, or running hearts. It's a tress.
Going to need an ace or a queen one time for Jake to be crowned a champion.
Do we get there? No, we don't. Sit back down, boys.
Double them up.
Sit back down. Sit back down. Scott's there counting the chips. Bust out earlier today. Made it Scarlotta. And if you're thinking of jumping into the events, Leicester's got a 3k guarantee tomorrow night on the Friday. And it's Friday the 13th, if anybody's in that way inclined.
Got any superstitions?
No, not any. Not any. I always look up when I walk under a lander, just see what I'm going to get covered in if I do it. But no, not at all. I'm still looking to stay in Las Vegas on floor 13.
Okay.
Because there's not one hotel and casino that's got a floor 13.
Right.
And I don't know if it's true that every single one's missing.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Fire up the simulator, ladies and gents, for the next few minutes until someone wins this trophy. Phil with the Jack 4, Jake with the 6-3. We're going to need 6-3 or some kind of combinations to end this now, or we go on.
Jack's winning at the minute.
2.3.
And there we go. Get out of this
That
one,
is
Jacob.
Pretty much done, isn't it, on the flop?
He needs a 7.
Top pair for Phil.
That's it.
That is job done.
And don't forget also, when you're playing poker this weekend, whatever you're playing, if you don't forget the 2550s on this weekend.
They are indeed, yeah.
They are indeed, and 2550s are running
in Liverpool.
They are indeed.
Next.
Oh, they're not on there.
Next
They
one.
are. Next one.
Next one.
We're already on that page.
We are.
Oh my! Delete page 1. Delete it. We don't need it anymore. We're that far into the year already.
There you go.
You can do it in Liverpool. You can do it in Birmingham at Hill Street. You can do it in Sheffield, and you can do it in Stockton. Sheffield and Stockton always seem to be on the same weekend. I don't know why. Why do they do this?
I'm thinking quite the same question at the moment. Why? What have we signed up for?
So I don't know. Birmingham, Hill Street, Liverpool, Sheffield, and Stockton. So plenty going on. But if you are playing the 2550s, good luck. 50,000 guarantee on them this week. Should be busy everywhere around the country. We have a Hawaiian themed slots party with a complimentary buffet at 8 o'clock.
Which Tower seems to think by wearing one of these lays he can convince the staff
Look,
he's a slot player in Pompey.
Hang on a minute. I'm going to go. When we finish, I'm putting £1 in the slot machine to get involved. That's
brilliant.
what I'm doing.
Hi, Annette, watching on YouTube. Hi, Tara and Sam. Just dropped in quickly to say hi, as it's mine and Simon's wedding anniversary today.
Oh,
well, happy anniversary.
congratulations, Simon, for putting up for it with Annette for so long. Well done, Simon. Get yourself a bottle of JD or something like that.
Yeah. Congratulations.
I'm only
to
kidding,
you both.
Annette. I'm only kidding. Yes, here we go again.
Yeah.
This could be the final hand yet again.
Load the cannon. We've said that the last 4 hands, but Jack 3 plays Jack 10.
Chop this one up, please.
Jake with 72% this time.
Well, what we got here? Do we have a champion?
No, definitely not after this.
We have chop.
Definitely not. After
Sorry,
this
Annette.
flop.
Sorry, Annette.
Well, you did say, Tao, we've got opportunities. Queen for the chop.
Oh,
Ace
there we
on
go.
the
Jake
river.
wins again.
Swings back to Jake.
So, I'm only kidding, Annette. You know that. Have a great night, whatever you're doing, and we're on stream. I do think it's 12:20 every day. Is that right?
Yeah. Not Sunday.
Oh, not Sunday.
No.
Late Sunday.
2:20.
2:20. You're right. 2 o'clock on Sunday. Tomorrow will be day 2 of the high roller. Saturday and Sunday concentrating on the main event. But congratulations, Jake, now chip leader.
Again. And the swing continues.
Yes.
47 plays 22. What price do you reckon we get on an all-in and call in the next stand? Mate, what do you
The next
reckon?
stand?
Yeah.
No, I think it's going to be a walk.
You get an unbelievable price on a walk.
Give me a price on a walk. Go on. Hundreds?
I was thinking 100 to 1, yeah. Might be worth it.
We're here for the high roller tomorrow at 12:20.
How many in the high roller at the moment?
There was 20 last time I saw.
Yeah.
Which is very good considering we didn't think it was going to run. 22 at the minute.
A couple of day 2 buy-ins as well.
There certainly will be now.
Saw Dale was on the train on the way down. Dale Wilson, AA Reading champions, going to be on his
Is
way
he?
down. He's on his way. He's on the train.
Excellent. Oh, there's an all in the call. Go on, have it. I'm not having it.
What do you know? You lost your 100 to 1 shot.
6 deuce against 5-3. Why was there not just a walk with 6 deuce? It's a deuce as well. Doesn't really matter. Any 5s and any 3s needed still for the champ. Any 5, any 3, we have a champion. Swap them around. If you wanted to know why we're like this, we've chopped the money, we've chopped the bounties, and we're playing for £500, which is a buy-in to the high roller or the main event, basically. Rules as rules, Philip. You have to leave something to play for. Rules as rules. I bet Alex the dealer's loving this. Poor old Alex. See, you forget about the dealer. Sits there, count the chips, double up, count the chips, double up. How are we doing, Curtis? Yeah, 2 left in the mystery bounty. The only 21 came back for day 2. And we're down to the final 2. They've chopped. There was, believe it or not, there was the biggest bounty of £2,500 and the second place of £1,000 still left. Heads up was bonkers. So they've chopped the money, they've chopped the bounties, and they're playing for £500 extra. And then we're back tomorrow with the high roller day 2 at 12 o'clock.
Nine 7 of diamonds versus King 10. Are we going to need dealer change?
Just call. Just see a flop. Just call. But no. So King 10 for Phil.
9-7 for Jake.
We are in front and we have more chips. If we stay in front, we have a champion.
We're going to see 5. We will start with 3.
Phil Baker stands up for the extra equity again. The coat's on. It looks like he's off shopping. Can he do it and become champ? Oh, we flopped a King. Get out of this one, kid.
Pretty good start.
Get out of this one. Not anymore. We are dead on the turn. We have a champion of the Mystery Bounty.
There we go.
And it's Phil Baker. Well done, Phil.
Yeah, well done to Jake as well. Played his part for sure.
No need to open the bounties. We've done the bounties. What a top lad. A bit of a kiss and a cuddle between them as well. Bit of a kiss and a cuddle. But, obviously, because everything was chopped, we're not going to have a quick wander. But what we are going to do is we're going to drag him from the bar. We're going to drag him from the bar and he's going to sit here.
Yes, yes, mate.
Well done, buddy.
Thanks, mate.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
It's good fun.
That, by the way, is your first tournament result of 2025.
I know. It's the second
Where have
tournament
you
I played.
been?
Second tournament I played. Just been playing online.
Where have you been grinding online, smashing it?
I've done all right, yeah, to be fair, but nothing live. And I just thought, yeah, come back. Do you know what? The work, I come and played. So I finished work Tuesday last week.
Yep.
Went to go home, and the sat nav said it take me over an hour to get home. Right. It was quicker for me to get from one bit of Bournemouth to Portsmouth than it was one bit of Bournemouth to the other. Took me an hour. Come here, played the satellite, got through, and then here we go. And I asked if I couldn't play this because I think Mystery Bounties are a load of rubbish.
And it's only because of the traffic.
I think they're the fucking worst format going. But yeah, those obviously Jack's a good lad. Like we just decided to chop it up, and then that was it. So it's bad viewing, but it's
obviously with the two biggest bounties, that made
was insane.
big. How crazy
That
was
was
it?
insane.
Two biggest bounties left, so it made a lot more sense to chop it.
Yeah, we said as well we was going to do £1,000 for the loser and then 2.5 before we'd even started.
Yeah.
But then when it got close, he doubled it. I just said, look, mate, it's just chop it up now.
Yeah, you were still chip leader at the time. We got 3 or 4 bigs difference, but
I watched this. I think I would have had the better of him. Let's be honest.
Well, of course you would.
Well, I mean, I don't think
that Jay Bray can't play heads up.
I don't think I missed a hand, did I, against him heads up to me when we were playing. So.
And then of course the poor old dealer. Every time you were all in once you chopped the money, you kept doubling up.
We asked to chop it, and he's like, no, I can't do it. But
no, they're the rules.
Can I just say
you have to abide by the rules.
The buy-in of that, right? That was the best, probably the most fun. The first day we were having a few beers. The whole way was just a good split. I really enjoyed that.
That's the way poker should
be fun. I hope you can see that on there.
We were having a good time. The chat box loved it as well.
I'm saying you're not taking it that seriously.
This is on tonight.
Oh, is that nice?
This is tonight.
Oh, is it? Hula hula?
This is...
Is that what the straw dress is for?
The Hawaiian night. I've asked for my size. There's a Hawaiian night tonight. It's a slots, apparently something to do with slots. Free buffet.
To be fair, I could probably fit the same on that.
Free Madry for people called Phil. You know,
we're
off.
Well, I'll get the round in a minute when we're done here, boys. Thanks, mate.
Rest of the week.
I'm gonna play.
All this high roller.
I'll play the main. Just play the main. Have a few beers.
Not going to flick in the high roller tomorrow.
Might play tomorrow. Yeah.
Well, you got the extra 500. So we're thinking flicking day 2 of the high roller.
Yeah.
And then when you win that, just straight into the main event.
Are you still on commission? Is that yeah, no, we were just saying we'll probably play that tomorrow and then go from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then obviously the weekend's great. Like I said, you've got the 200, the 150. It's spot on buy-ins. I said the levels, it looks like it's only 30-20 minutes. It's perfect.
Yeah,
it's great, especially for our buy-ins. So.
We'll see you at the bar in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll see you at the bar in 10 minutes.
That long.
Me and Sam's going to finish off. Me and Sam is going to finish off with the rest of the Summerfest. Nice one, Phil Baker. What a winner. What a nice lad. What a winner.
What a guy.
Really, really enjoyed him being involved with that. And as he says, was it a lot of fun? Yes, it was. We enjoyed every bit of it. We knew it was going to be an earlier stream than normal, but what we're going to try and do a little bit later is get some content for social media, because
it's time for a team talk, isn't it?
Myself, are that far behind in the WSOP fantasy team with Jay, who's already gone to Vegas to get himself a bracelet. I have announced a roll call and a video call with the team, and we're having a team talk a little bit later. So hopefully all the lads are going to shoot on. We won't be doing it now because it's too early in Vegas at the minute. It's like what is it, 8 a.m, 9 a.m. or something like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and get a roll call. Look at that. And Miles, look at that. What is my team? Where are they? Where the bloody hell are they? Leo's got points, by the way. Leo's got points. Leo's got points added on. Leon and Brandon's got more than 12 because he's had 3 catches. Come on, Rob.
So all 6 of your players have scored points,
Yes.
and you're still 60 points behind.
Nick Martington's got extra points to add on to that. Owen's got extra point to add on to that. So too, I'm not too sure about Marjorie, but Benny Glazer is top of the leaderboard for the World Series Player of the Year. How am I supposed to win?
Yes. Well,
how? But my team are having a roll call with the tower, and we're having a team talk very soon. So hopefully they'll all be online. And I'm telling you what, the riot act is coming out because we're that far behind. I can't believe it. They're just so far behind. It's unbelievable. I'm just sat here like this. I'm like this every day.
I cannot wait for this call with Charlton. And this is going to be
in the Hooters
absolutely unreal.
If you watch Charlton TV on socials, he's loving it, living the dream. So we're hopefully going to get quite a bit of content over the course of the next few hours that we can stick on social media. But what we're going to do, we are having a towers thing, a tower talks. Let me just tell you, it'll be tower talks to these guys. So what we're going to do is get them and we'll stick it on social media when we have a chat with the guys. But well done to Phil Baker. Really enjoyed the event. He's done everybody down here proud, and he's going to flick it into the high roller tomorrow's day 2. That's what we're going for. We're going to be live streaming a high roller day 2 from 12:20 tomorrow. And then Saturday and Sunday it'll be all about the main event. But it was a good laugh, really enjoyed that. I know it's a shorter stream than normal, but these days happens not very often, but they do sometimes happen, and it's usually with you, and it's usually important.
I know.
So we're off. We'll see you tomorrow at 12:20 on the high roller circuit tomorrow. Watch out for the content on social because it's going to be brutal for these guys.
Do not miss that call.
It's going to be brutal for me.
It's going to be the best thing you will see poker related this year, I guarantee it.
We will see you tomorrow for the high roller here in Portsmouth at the Summerfest from 12:20. Thanks, Sam.
Pleasure.
Well done to Phil Baker, champion, and we'll see you tomorrow from 12:20. Watch out for the social. It's going to be brutal.